is going to be interesting. This one is going to be interesting. Okay, let's first find out when I am live, and we can move forward with it. There we go. Oh, I lost the subsurface. Well, sup everybody? My name's Crytek N-Bomb, and welcome back to some more Genshin Impact. Today is a big day. Just like the last stream, since I put a day off, it is time for the ARCHON quest. The finale ARCHON quest of Fontaine. Will the prophecy be true? What's going to happen to Farina? What's going to happen to all of Fontaine? Will the teaser show true to what the endeavors, or at least what Farina has in mind, holds weight? And that is due to the fact that she herself wants to deceive fate. I don't know what that truly means, but we can only imagine, right? So yeah, it's very interesting. But yeah, this is going to be very interesting. So let's get right into it. But of course, before we can do all that, gotta do our daily and record our second day. So yeah. Alright, so day number 2 of farming Farina. On this day, what we are going to do is just farm her overall mats. Thank God I got on in time and almost to resin. Let's go ahead and start doing this, yeah? Today's only going to be me farming her mats, and then we'll focus on our other mats another time, so yeah.
The Temple of Wisdom. Allow me.
A process of elimination.
Intriguing. Oh, about to say.
Witness my magnificence.
Cool. I shouldn't have saved that screen for too long. Okay. I just love doing this. Crazy it takes stamina to do that. I feel like it doesn't need to, but you know what? Style on it.
May I present?
Yeah, there's a lot of thumbnails of Farina I really want to get. And then I can't wait to eventually be able to do photo mode and get an even better screenshot, because I want to see her wink so badly. I'm not gonna lie. Because she's adorable. She is very cute, actually. I say she's close to Nahida cuteness while actually not being a child model, which is something that is very warranted. Gotta be honest.
We'll need a strategy.
It felt weird that the one of the cutest in the game is a chibi. It just doesn't fit with me. Oh god, attack buff. Okay. I just remembered again. I didn't do that on my other account. I've been playing on my other account, actually, speaking of, for a while now. Ooh, we just got the 160 resin just now. Hell yeah. But yeah, it's been a minute, honestly. But I started playing on my other account a couple weeks ago. I only get on there to use my resin. I thought about doing that sooner. I wish I could have done it way sooner. Just imagine how much I would have done on that account without continuing the story or anything, because until there's actual skip button, I'm not going to do so. I can't force myself to do that on another account. If I do that, I'll burn myself out. That was the reason why I stopped doing it in the first place, which is the biggest deal with that. But yeah. So, let's go back here now. It should have loaded up by now. Also, hello, homie. I saw your comment. Forgot to respond to it. Can't wait to watch this ARCHON quest. It's going to be the last of the Fontaine region, so I wonder how it's going to wrap up today. I'm very, very excited to see how it wraps up. I wonder how long this story quest is going to be. I have a feeling it's going to be very long, this stream. That's just me, though. I got such a backlog of videos to watch. Ugh. And then I have an anime that I was watching that, I'm not gonna lie, I'm getting pretty into it, but I need to take a step back, focus this week up for the Genshin grind, because the first week of the patch is the most important one.
There is no... Grow, grow, grow!
Defract. Here you are.
I hate doing this every time. Hold on.
I have high hopes for this journey.
Whoa! I mean, I'm down to try that. Alright, alright. Artifact here. Okay, let's check it out. Eh. I don't really need it, to be honest. I mean, I feel like this could still be used one day, but it's so eh. It all depends. But yeah, I mean, cool, I guess.
The scribe's work is simple.
You and your scribe works is simple, bro. You simply don't know how to shut your mouth. Alright. Yes, Hajimate no Gel. I've watched that before quite a while back. Don't remember how long ago that was. That was a very long time ago, though. I meant to do this. There we go. So I can see this better. Stinking hearts covering your comment. I hate that. Oh, you finished rewatching. Okay. I didn't even noticed that. I love her ultimate. I can't wait to play her, man. I'll have to wait a couple more days, though, because I'm not going to farm you like that. Even though her edges is pretty basic, at least hers looks more showy compared to every single Archon for this. Nah, I mean, I like it. I don't know why. Also, I've never understood the gloves, but I don't try to question it. It's just, I guess people in France wear that. Yeah. Yeah.
All is accounted for. Let's move out.
Kokomi never smells, does she? I don't expect all the other ones to do it, except for Nahida. Nahida, like, yeah, hers smells kind of creepy. Not exactly though, but you know, characters that just sit there and smell when they're just standing there idle is very interesting. Probably should have reset by now. Yeah. Actually, after the next one, I'll do it. I'm gonna do 2 refreshes. I'm gonna keep doing it every day until I max out both her and Baiju. So hands don't get wrinkles dealing with water. What are you talking about?
Make yourselves at home. This might hurt a little. Grow, grow, grow.
Scatter.
What the?
I knew you'd miss me.
Mo. Hmm. Boom. So, you said, why do every other character wear gloves? Let's look at that. She has gloves. Okay, I guess you're right. Oh, except for Barbara, I guess. And Shinchai, I knew he didn't wear gloves. And then she doesn't wear any either, but yeah. I don't have every Hydro character, so let me take this a step further.
Wait.
He wears gloves, he wears gloves. I believe she doesn't, and then he does. Most Hydro characters wear gloves. Except for just very few. Huh. Interesting. There's only 4 Hydra characters that don't wear gloves. Hmm. Interesting.
Huh? No. Whatever.
I still don't know if I should hold on to that animal goblin. It's kind of bad. Like, if it went into cartoons one more time, I would have held on to it or something. I don't know.
Take
Keep
heart.
thinking about it.
Victory will.
I'm trying to think of a scenario which would make it worth keeping, though. Right now, I have no one who wants it, but my other account would probably want it more, so maybe I should get rid of it. Maybe I should get rid of it. I have other really good goblets, and I'm planning to replace the one that's on my onset. On my onset Jean, because she doesn't want this. I'm just using it as a placeholder, because I learned that I have to change my Jean build. Question, it was funny. Times I find it unironic when my toes just freaking do that. I hate that. Oh, God damn it, man. Okay, can we do this? That's just not gonna help me in the long run. What do I do about this? The stinking heart is in the corner. I wish I had an option to move it. Like, if there was a way to move it, I would. Because it pisses me off. All I can do is just enlarge it to move the heart. But that's not gonna help me later on. Oh well. So, in a meme that had the similar question, it was funny. I see. I don't know why I did that. They need to make that easy, man. Easier to... Oh, wait a second. Too close. Alright, alright.
Hold the line.
Diffract!
I mean, oopsie. I knew I'd make that mistake eventually. That's what sucks about farming. I just tunnel vision forgot to swap. I hate when I do that. It's annoying. After next run, gotta refresh one more time, and then I will reset. Or not reset, we'll end it there because I have to
Huh?
go open
No.
all the shrines. I wonder if I should do that for the recording too. Maybe I will. I know exactly where every location of them are. Yeah, I guess I'll record that. Put that all in one clip. Yeah, did I make sure to unlock the Magabakari? Forgot. Okay, good. Idea build's looking very interesting. Like, whenever I build her, even though this weapon isn't actually good for her, she'll lose the stacks, but at least the crit value looks nice with this weapon. Every time you take damage, you lose the stack. So all this is just a crit rate stat stick. If you stop making stretching sounds. Yeah, this set that she has on is okay. Honestly, I would do 4-piece symbol. I don't see the need to when I have this set though. I ended up building around it. I still don't know if I want to leave her like this though. I'll have to wait till after I've built her, which I probably won't get to build her till like next patch or the patch after that. Most likely after Lanternite, so it might be 3 patches later instead of 2. Cause Lanternite's coming up. All I need to do is level her up, and she'll be ready. And I have to build him, so I won't even be able to test on my other team. It's gonna take a while before I can actually test him, which really sucks. Once I farm her mats, which I'm probably gonna do it. Maybe on Friday? That depends. Thursday it depends because I need to do the world quest. I don't know if I want to start it earlier in the day or if I want to actually stream myself doing it in the evening after I let the resin build up. That actually
Wait.
depends. I still don't know if I want to do that.
No.
I kind of want to do that so I can get a good grind in, because I probably won't be able to stream on Friday at a good time. I'm going to probably only be able to do that in the evening, not during the daytime.
Book learning alone is not enough to cultivate intelligence. All those scholars in the academia are prime examples.
Wish there was an option to just turn that talking off. I don't know why there isn't one. I feel like it's just fucked up to hear that over and over from like any character. If any character says something over and over, it's gonna. I can't wait to play Baiju because, man, alive. I've already seen enough memes over the internet when I was interested in Baiju because I was like, ooh, the combination with the make Cutching is pretty good for a team that I want to do. Well, to my surprise, when there was a video of a guy facing every boss in the world with 4 of them, 4 people in co-op, all you hear when he sprints is coughing, and it's hilarious. I don't know why that's a part of his freaking lines, man. Like, keep that in the story quest. You didn't have to put that in his character. Like, every time you sprint, there's a chance he's just gonna cough, and it's really funny. I think it's fucked up, though. It shows how healthily unhealthy he is, thanks to Chang Sheng on his neck. But yeah. Alright.
Shine down. Share my knowledge. Allow me.
gonna be interesting when I have to edit this, man. Because for this, it's gonna be just me switching over
I
and
have
over to
high
do
hopes
this.
for this journey.
But once I go through it, I'll have to see. Nice. What the fuck? What is that? Bruh. Whatever, I'll try it. Ba-doom. Two more runs and we're done. Most likely I will end up maxing her out tomorrow. Cause most I want to do is 2 refreshes after
Take heart.
lunch.
Victory will be ours.
Why I took the position.
Exactly, man. Shut up. I went past it. 1 minute. Guess I'll check Discord. I have a fuck ton of videos to watch. Because a lot of them are people's first impressions of Frina, which I need to watch everybody's point of view so I get a basis of what I'm looking for. I've already heard someone's opinion about the Al-Haytham team with Baiju and say it doesn't feel great, which is, for me, debatable because either he hasn't played the variant that Jaystern has, theory character that I actually haven't watched yet on the Frina thing. I don't want to see his shite on it, but he has quite an interesting situation on his hands as he has a really good cookie build, man. If I had his cookie build, my Alhaitham would be a lot stronger than he is, and I didn't know that. The problem is that what I'm missing is her C2. If I had her C2, I would use Cookie more, but I could not stand using her. The team that needs enough healing is Baiju and Cookie together in a team, and I desperately want to get that. I desperately, desperately want to get that. Like, I can't even stress that enough. I do want to try for myself because one other person I watched that had his opinion on it said it didn't feel as great as just using Nahida with Proto Amber. That's probably because of Nahida, not even because of Baiju. For me, I like being comfortable, which I don't feel comfortable playing Nahida. It's not that I don't feel comfortable playing Nahida without Haytham. It's the other way around. My biggest problem is having to deal with the biggest issue that Farina's kit's going to have is getting enough healing. Even though she increases healing bonus, you have to build up enough stacks to increase your healing bonus. So most people's rotation I've seen when Farina had her introduction was you want to use the healer's burst early to get enough stacks and then get enough to get your healing up there again for your next rotation. But you have to be quick about getting your energy back, which frustrated me when I saw that. I was like, yeah, I gotta rebuild my Jean. My Jean will work fine in a vape team the way her build is, but it will not work well in the teams that I'm trying to do without Haytham. So I have to fix her. And I still need to farm maidens for Baiju because people recommended that, and I actually think it's worth doing. Guy will not need Deepwood on Baiju anyways, because Deepwood actually isn't that good. If you're doing just pure Hyperbloom, then that's when it's good. But if you're doing a Haytham with it, you can put it on somebody else if your build is good enough to warrant it, because I don't think it's that worth it, to be honest. If you don't build around that. So, because it might be better to put Deepwood on somebody else. Anyways.
No escape!
Grow, grow, grow! The Temple of Wisdom!
Look at whoa now.
Witness my magnificence!
Yeah, as I figured, I'm gonna have enough of these chunks by then, but I think I had chunks saved up. I always usually save up enough chunks. Okay, it's not over here, I forgot. Where's it at? Should have been over here. I guess it's over here with the other character mods. Yeah. Yeah, I usually save up enough from every element, because I have so much of every element. Doing every event does that to you. I can't believe I need so many gold buffs for Baiju. I'm wondering if I'm going to use my fragiles for that. I feel like I should use my fragiles for the artifact grind for the very distant Venator set. I'm going to hate staying in that domain for too long. But I need such specific artifacts. I don't know. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be very interesting farming that. I'm going to hate getting specific crit value pieces because that's not what I'm looking for. So that's going to be... that grind's going to be so interesting. I was hoping Buzzer would take one of these, because I don't have anyone taking this or this. Then as for Baiju's boss match... I forgot. He takes this, I believe. Oh, wait. Wait a second. Hold on. Did he actually take that? Can check this right now. Fuck. Are you serious? I still... actually, I don't think it's enough. Yeah, this is gonna suck dick. I didn't even know that. Yeah. He takes the Fern. Great. I have to farm a new weekly boss and the existing one. So that I can get Dream Sylvan so I can convert. Because I have no one who takes this. I think there's someone who wants that though, but I could be wrong. I need enough to double crown. I need 6s for a crown, so I would need 12 of this. Because to get to level 8, I only need 2 of these. And 8 has double 4. Or not double 4, double 2, which brings the total to 6 when you crown it. From 8 to 10. So yeah, that's gonna suck. Yeah, that's gonna suck. I'll have to go fight that weekly boss. Should I fight it tomorrow? I should go fight it tomorrow. I'll fight it tomorrow. When I double refresh again, I'll do it tomorrow. And tomorrow on stream, I don't know if I should do it earlier in the day or not. But when should I stream?
Book learning alone is not enough to cultivate intelligence. All those scholars in the academia are prime examples.
Oh, that reminds me. Did I not try this? Kinda don't want to, but I'll do it anyway. It's just not like I'm gonna get like 40 crit damage on it or anything. I don't need an HP piece like that. But it would be funny if I did. So. You know what sucks? I wish it went full energy recharge. Then I would have a use for it. I can't even sit here and be serious to want to raise it to 20. Yeah, if it ended up being like a 10, 20, or 50, I don't know what I would do with it. I don't know. I don't really want another attack circlet. It's competing with like a really good one. Well, crit value wise, anyways. Yeah, you'll be ready. Only a little bit longer I'll have to do this for.
We'll need a strategy.
Tomorrow I'm gonna have to farm day one's bullshit. It shouldn't take me too long, but man, it's gonna suck editing that. I'm just gonna do this for the one time because I do feel interested in doing this. Hopefully it's not too long of a video. I'll have to figure out how I'm gonna delegate time in it. I do know I'm gonna like do portions like me farming this boss really quickly though. I'm only gonna show the part where I defeat it or right when I pick up his mats.
Illusion shattered. Committed to memory. Rest and revamp.
Diffract! Here you are.
I have high hopes for this journey.
Alright, this will be the last day, or this will be the last run for today, for day 2. So, yeah. Nothing too much. Our total, we managed to make it to 40. Tomorrow we could start doing something a little different now. I only am either 2 runs away or 3, one or the other, 2 or 3 more runs left of this boss. Then we're done. It only took 2 days of double refreshing, you know, it's not too bad. So, I'm satisfied with this so far. Nicely done.
Wait.
And with that, we're done here. What is delightful music? What the fuck?
Add Ash.
Crisscross apple. Oh. As much as I don't want to do it to Doug, I'm just doing it for the mushrooms. Alright. Let's go grab some of these Shrine of Depths, yeah. What is that pin? Oh, this is underwater. Oh god. When this region's over, it looks like it's gonna end up looping around here. That's gonna be annoying, bruh. Anyways, it doesn't matter. I just find that amusing. Um. Alright, during day one, I did mention at the Fountain of Lucine that there is actually, if I'm not mistaken, every region so far in the game has only had 6 Shrine of Depths. So now that we got 6 Shrine of Depth keys, it's time to open these things. And I might as well do this on stream as well, or record, as I'll show a location of where these are at if you haven't found them yet. So yeah. EM Goblet. Something tells me to hold that. Hold that too. Boom. What the? And that Ruin Hunter really moving around, man. Anyways, another Shrine of Depths.
Take it. Go on. You have my approval.
That's a lot of purples. That's the most purples I've gotten out of a luxurious chest, actually. Damn it. Eh. What the circlet? I need to hold on to that. I actually need to hold on to that HP one. That's gonna be for Baiju. I also need to make sure I hold on to an HP Sands from Instructor if I get one.
Being too popular can be...
Alright, here's the location of this Shrine of Depths, yeah. If you haven't found it yet. It's over here. Another shrine of depths right here.
What a pleasant surprise. Truly an extra slice of joy.
I think that was a new voice line. That's the first time I heard that one. Huh. Ooh, potential. What the? What the? This piece is cracked. This piece is cracked. I feel like a piece like this would be good to have because of the crit rate only, not even the crit damage. If I get a higher crit one, I'll get rid of that one. Alright, location. If you haven't gotten this yet, here are the Shrine of Depths on the map. Yeah.
It's pouring out here. Wait, the water levels aren't rising, are they?
Oh, Farina, don't do that. Don't say that. But anyways, Shrine of Depths number 4.
What a pleasant surprise! Truly an extra slice of joy.
I'll take it. I actually really need that. Fucking defense goblin. I wish that was HP. I need a HP goblin and HP sands from this set for instructor. Actually, I need. Do I have any ER sands? I don't remember. I'll keep the ER sands, even though I feel like that's better as the off piece. But I'm gonna hold on to it, so I haven't. Alright, here's this location of this Shrine of Depths on the map. Yeah, if you don't have it, there you go. Alright, we got number 5, Shrine of Depths Under the Sea. Ooh, fancy. Damn it. I don't know what to do with that. This one that interests me. If he keeps going to EM, I'll use this in the future. Please go full EM. Fuck. Can't go into EM one more time? Oh, fuck me then. Alright, if you don't have this location, the location on the map is under the sea. Over here, next to waypoints, yeah? Right over here, yeah. There you go. And then there was one last Shrine of Depths here. There we go. Give me this.
Splendid! More interesting trinkets for me.
Yes. Oh, what the fuck? Let me see this. It went into HP and EM. Try 20, see if it goes to HP again. Crit rate. I have to keep this. This piece has some value for some reason. With the last Shrine of Depths on the map with Path 4.1's location for Fontaine. There it is. All the way up here. If you got it, you got it. There you go. And that is it. I did remember that there was a goblet I missed. I get this over here. I'm not trying it. HP. I kept those just because I had ER on it. These other ones I just kept out of spite. If it came down to a character actually wanting the set on. I do know I need to roll those because I'm going to keep them regardless. So I probably should try it. Or not try it, but roll these. So that I have them. Okay, alternative HP, that's actually really good. Okay, crit rain. I didn't want crit rain, but at the same time I do kind of, so I should take it while I see it. Nice. Damn it, I wish it went into flat HP. I'd rather have flat HP than that. That's still a good piece though. I rolled this, I need this for Baiju. As much as I want this, if I can get this, this is a start, because with the circlet again, I will just off-piece the sands if it comes down to it. Part of me wants to try that so badly. Oh boy. Alright, let's do this. Not the end of the world, because I actually want that. Not bad. Not bad. HP, and the Sans Speed Energy Recharge is what I'm leaning towards. Okay, I think that's what I'm gonna need. I could still try this if it comes down to it as well, but I don't know if I really want to do that. I'll try both of them for Baiju. Oh, I do have an HP one. Oh. Let's roll this first and see what it gives me. If it goes into ER, I'll hold on to it. I'm only gonna give it 2 tries. I'm running into my 4-star pieces now. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what to do about Gorok. I don't know if I'm ever gonna use that piece. I'm gonna toss that one though. What about these? I kept this one because it has more crit rate. That's the only reason why I kept it. This piece obviously kept because I need the ER. This piece I kept because it has ER and a good amount of crit rate. This just had crit rate, crit damage on it. Same with this one. So I kept it because crit rate, energy recharge, EM. Crit rate, EM. Crit rate, EM, and HP. This one is valuable. This one is not so valuable. Yeah, I see why it's unlocked. I'd rather not keep too many pieces like this. As much as I can't help it though. When I see double crit, it is interesting to see that for sure. I just feel like that's not going to get used. I also have a feeling this is not going to get used, but yeah, I'm almost certain this is not going to get used. Yeah, that feather's just so much better. That piece has HP and crit on it. It went into crit rate and defense. I'll try the last one. Oh my god. Let's see. It has... Technically this is better because I don't have a piece that has ER on it. If that has any meaning. So I suppose I'll hold on to it. I do need to keep a second flower for now. It having crit rate is a pretty good thing. I have to remember I have those plus 16s the next time I get a 5-star artifact that's worth trying. I always feel like I should try this, but I don't wanna. I am recognizing my faults though. Still don't know what I should do with Budge until I actually start using him. I thought I would keep the HP Sands, but I feel like I could make that my off piece. Or do energy recharge sands, which is what I most likely want to do actually. I still think I should run that and then just do HP circlet. I had a double crit attack over, but I don't think I ever tried it on that set. There is this I could try real quick. What is this again? HP. I kept this for a good reason, but I just don't know if I'm going to use it. For now, I'll do this, so where's Baiju at? So assuming I try to do like Fav on him or something. I mean, it's expected that it's low. If I were to do crit rate energy recharge, well, I can't really take this piece. Crit rate wouldn't be that bad though. I am gonna have to raise this second Favonius Codex. That HP Sands gains value over time, but I do think I should do the off-piece ER Sands. Damn, I don't have an ER Sands with a lot of crit except for Yelan's artifact, and maybe I get... Oh, I'm gonna have to take that off of her. I mean, I have to. It has HP on it. Ooh! I managed to get that much crit rate. I believe his Ascension's HP, so it's just gonna get better from here on out. Oh, dude. I cannot wait to farm his mats up. I'll be starting farming his mats tomorrow. But I know I got to save a little bit for the weekly boss. I gotta farm his weekly boss mats. I wonder if I should... Ooh, it is so tempting to do that. Like, I could just, like, do the Archon quest, for example, and just use a Fragile so we could fight the weekly boss from the new boss that we're about to unlock. That looks like to be a giant-ass whale. I still want to know the context on that, but... So ER is here if it's like this. Even if I change my pieces just to have ER, I don't think that's going to be worth running. To run Proto Amber in this build is not going to be easy. I don't like it. Because even if I do this, which I'm going to try this now. ER. Let's just see it from an ER standpoint. Almost 180. His burst cost is actually quite high though. He's Shanling levels are high. 80 burst cost, so what I have to deal with Shanling, so not having 200 feels really bad. Like, even at 200, it might not feel that great. But... yeah, this is going to suck. To run Proto Amber, I don't know if I want to. I feel like if I'm running this set, I have to run Codex. That is the only way. Yeah. If I run Proto Amber, I gotta run that. Because I can reach 200, which is huge. Reaching 200 is more important, I feel like, at the end of the day. I wonder what my HP cost is gonna be, though, in this build. I'll have to figure that out. But for now, I think I'm gonna leave him like this, because, yeah, I'll have to get rid of this HP circlet, because, never mind. I might need to keep that, actually. Maybe. I don't know. I feel like I should hold on to it a little bit longer before I decide to toss that. If this went phone to EM, I'd actually would be hyped to keep that, like 100 EM on that, but... I need a healing circlet with ER on it. I don't even care what. It needs to have at least ER on it for me to roll it. Crit rate and ER would be preferable. But I'll leave that to the artifact grind. Because now I'm actually looking for healing bonus circlets. Is this maxed out yet? It is. Okay. Set back. And then we can start the Archon quest. Obviously, it's not like the final Archon quest, but I always feel weird, even though I know that the whole point of this is that this is part 5, and this is the finale of the region. So obviously, shit's about to go down. So I'm very excited to see what happens.
Thank you for completing today's commissions. Here is your reward.
I was wondering if her... wait, actually, does her vision change design? Don't look like it. Has a unique design compared to the other Fontaine characters, though. But I think they're supposed to look like that. Yeah, it doesn't change. What's also funny is that why does she have this vision? Because I don't think she has it yet. Safe to assume the Archon story also has something to say about that. But yeah, I don't want her in my team. I'm sure she's gonna want to be a part of my team, so I have to figure it out from there.
We'll need a strategy.
So I wonder, do I want to run this team for the Archon story? Kinda don't know yet. Would be nice to deal with what's to come, even though I don't know if this team can do well. Probably would do better than running Hutao. I cannot wait to play this team. My fish are about to get a glow up with this one. What else should I put on though? Guess I'll do it later. Guess I'll do it later.
Exactly.
Right. It is time. What side is it on? Oh yeah, the dormitory's on the top floor, so this is the top floor one. Okay. Okay, okay. And also, with that, let me also check my mic quality, because I have to check it every time. It sounds okay. That's fine though. I can never keep in the same place, it moves. So, okay. It's fine. I think I can do with this. I can do with this. Yeah, I can do with this. Okay, before I start anything, just quickly check a Discord. Ooh, what the hell? How interesting. Oh my god, Grand, you gotta stop fucking doing that. Why can't y'all just not do that? It'd be nicer if you didn't do that. Okay, at that point, you're just trying to spoil me. Let me respond to this real quick.
There have been many poorly written applications lately. I guess I'll just have to reject them all.
Make that one. There we go. Just responding to that. There you go. Alright. Now, let's get started. I am excited for this. It's been a while since we've been in the Maripede. Or it doesn't really feel like it's been that long because of last patch, but you know what I mean. So why are we in here now? Did we just start living here for like whatever reason? Guess we started living in here after time had passed. Got too comfortable here with Risley and whatnot, but alright. Dormitories it is. Let's start this. Okay, we did see Child's Vision again. Sometime passed since the incident for Jamaica. Your sentence here is almost finished. Okay.
Now for a little rest after breakfast. This is the life. Wait a sec. Isn't something important supposed to happen today?
Which one? I forgot. We know Frina already talked to Arlecchino or Arlecchino. That's how you're actually supposed to say her name. But what else? What else? We already went through that ordeal. You know, sitting down, having sweets with Frina and whatnot.
Oh, today's our big day! We're supposed to leave the Fortress of Maripede!
Oh, right,
Come
I'm stupid.
on, we've got to go complete the release procedures now!
Why do we gotta do all this officially? We were, like, even Risley himself let us down here. So I'm so confused by that. But you know what? I should have expected it. Ooh, Masquerade of the Guilty. The finale chapter of Fontaine. Need to reset that. Check this. Everything is checked and ready to go. Let's go.
Please, sign here. This document will be effective immediately upon signing, and you two may exit the Fortress of Maripede via the regular channels.
It's been so long since we've been to the surface. Let's hurry up and...
Uh-oh. What the...
What's happening?
Are you okay? With your cute droopy eyes?
I'm fine, thanks. But I wonder what that tremor was just now.
Let's go ask the Duke.
The Duke of Lice? I'm sorry. Every time I hear the word Duke, I've been like this from such a young age that one I never get tired of hearing over and over. Alright, letter of a new beginning, and here we're gonna talk to Risley again. Not entirely surprised we're coming to see this guy again, but, you know. Okay. Yeah, drink some water soon. Alright, Mr. Risley, what's good?
Your Grace?
Ah, good to see you two. Is there something you wish to see me about?
Yeah, what was with that earthquake just now?
Ah, that. The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor. In fact, it seems it came from the surface.
What?
Over the years of serving as the warden here, I have developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater. Besides, the seal that Monsieur Neuvillette set in place won't fail so easily.
So the fortress is okay?
If you recall our last incident, if there really were a problem, there would be crowds of inmates in a panic right now.
Huh, you've got a point. Okay, seems we need to get back up to the surface and ask about what happened. By the way, do you know what day it is today?
I believe today is this month's pipe cleaning day.
Paimon, what are you doing?
Wait, seriously?
Actually, today the day we say goodbye to the fortress.
Ah, yes. Have you completed your release papers?
Yep.
It's you two. Are you leaving now?
Ah, yes, it's the cute little chibi, human-looking Melusine. Yes. I still have a lot of questions about this character. I'm sure we'll learn about her because I'm sure she's also going to be a chibi 5-star. Because I think there's have at least been a track record of at least one 4-star, one 5-star at some certain point. I don't know why. Every region had to have a chibi, I guess, but it is what it is.
That's right! Today is our last day in prison! But now that Paimon says that, it doesn't feel like we were confined here. It's actually been pretty nice!
A lot of people have helped us out. Well, we've helped a lot of people, too.
Oh yeah, Paimon feels fond of this place now!
Of course you say that.
Then be sure to come back and visit. I'll miss you.
Okay, don't say that. Like, please. Don't say that. Having a chibi say I
If you've
miss you
signed
is
the
not
release
okay.
papers, then you're free to go. The guards will escort you out.
You're not going to see us off?
I knew you'd ask. All right, sure. Let's go.
This guy was like waiting for us to say that. Come on.
Wow, you actually agreed. No worries, you must be busy. Paimon was just joking.
Of course you say that.
Ah, so you do have a polite side, I see.
What you know what? Let me not. I'm not gonna even say anything.
After being down here for so long, I imagine you must feel like you're lacking companionship. Shall I come along too?
Okay, no, that's all right. It's not like we'll never visit again.
Yeah, don't worry, we'll come back to see you. Paimon really likes the cafeteria here. The chefs sure do know how to make good grub.
Wait, what happened? Did they change the stuff here? If I'm not mistaken, we had some, if not a lot of days in game where we just ate dog water, and some days where we actually got lucky. What's good about that? The RNG food. What's good on that?
I hope you
We
won't
have
be here at
mostly good
convicts
food.
the next time I see you.
Bruh.
We'll do our best to stay out of trouble. Well, it seems our work in the Fortress of Meripede is finished. That's the end of another chapter in our journey. And since Neuvillette was the one who asked us to come here, we should probably go report to him now. Next up, the Palais Mermonia.
Wait, we actually never talked to him before. You know what? I should have known it was weird when the last Archon quest ended. I know it's late for me saying that at this point, but you know why? You know why I'm
You're
saying
going
that.
to see Monsieur Neuvillette? Please pass on our kind regards.
I'm sure just your regards will do, no?
What the?
I believe it would be the polite thing to do.
Uh-huh.
You're right. I've heard the Palais has been terribly busy these days. Tell him that I hope he hasn't been overwhelmed by the recent string of troubles.
I feel like the recent string of troubles with the Fatui is only going to get worse, 'cause I know Arlecchino's going to start getting more, how should I say, direct towards Farina. I mean, she sounded pretty angry at Farina for not, or making it seem like she's holding secrets, which she definitely is. Like, it's not surprising. She comes off as pretty interesting because of that.
If you're concerned about things at the Palais, why don't you take some time to go up and check things out? I believe you should still have some vacation time to spend.
Thank you for being so understanding. It means a lot. It's been some time since I've gone to the surface. I must say that I've started to miss it a little.
Really? Oh. Palais Memoria. Over here at the top of where the Statue of the Seven is. Let's go see it. It's nighttime. Let me stop. I haven't drank anything to have a sugar rush. When was the last time I even had one of those? I don't eat sweets that much. Just drinking water, after all. Just finished another water bottle. Alright, next one. Open this one. I got a backlog of water bottles to finish. Alright. Whoa, there's a crowd gathering with, I forgot the name of the melusine here. But, you know, the main one that's usually at the front desk of this melusine here. Oh, Sadine, that was his name. Or her name. I shouldn't say him.
Harmonia sure is buzzing with activity today.
What the?
Halt! Huh? Oh, it's you two. Apologies. Monsieur Neuvillette did say you'd be welcome at any time.
Halt! I forgot you sound like that. That is dope. I don't know why.
Excuse me. Would you mind helping me take a look at this report?
I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my hands full here. You can see yourselves in.
I wish like actual requests for, you know,
Seems a lot
voice.
has been happening.
Of course, after Arlecchino's, you know, situation, after we sat and talked to her, both Farina and Arlecchino, I don't know what's gonna happen. Did Farina even tell Neuvillette anything?
Hello. You've come at the right time, but you'll have to wait for just a moment, as there are some urgent matters I must tend to first.
Right.
In the meantime, please, have a seat. If you'd like to have something to drink, let the melusine outside know.
That's all right. We just ate.
Very well, then.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to finish his work.
I wonder where Lady Farina is at. I didn't think I'd say that, but I do want to see her.
All right. That should wrap things up for now.
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting. Today should be the day you were released from the Fortress of Meripede, and it appears that you've managed to complete all the release paperwork.
That's right, and we came here to see you right away.
So you tell them about like everything before the Primordial Sea incident.
Massive whale.
Oh yeah, we can see through his vision, and that was where the Archon quest ended, right? The last one, and we saw like Child looking up at a massive whale, which I assume is in the Primordial Sea as well.
Do you have any idea what that might be?
Judging from your description, that cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters, but rather something like the Primordial Sea. A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tevat. Therefore, we can only assume that Child is presently immersed in primordial seawater.
Yep.
Immersed in primordial seawater? But how? And is he okay?
He's not from Fontaine, he's from Snezhnaya. Calm down, Paimon.
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could have gotten there myself.
There's something we'd like to ask you about. Are we going to forget the other thing, though? Because if I'm not mistaken, I do remember this much. That when we saw the scenes with Child, he was also reoccurring in his head that he was following and hearing someone's voice, and he followed it, which, thanks to everyone absolutely, I wouldn't say spoiling it, because I avoided most spoilers, thankfully. I did see a theory that I'm going to stick with, that it was probably Skirk that made him find his way there. Since Child mentioned his master Skirk, but we're going to have to see if that's confirmed from the story. I'm sure we're going to.
Yes? What is it?
What was that tremor we felt earlier? I was wondering if he'd talk about it too.
Ah, right! Paimon felt it too! We asked the Duke and he said it wasn't from underwater, so we figured you might know something about it.
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter. In fact, that's exactly what I was busy with a moment ago.
Oh.
The source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson. After the
Oh,
shaking
no.
stopped, the water levels in the Poisson area rose at an alarming rate.
Oh no.
The
Isn't that where
water levels
Navia's at?
Oh no! What about all the people there?
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time and have already returned to normal now. However, I still have a bad feeling about the whole phenomenon.
That happening in general is not a good thing, I feel like.
If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, then the situation in Poisson may be much worse than it appears.
Navia should be in Poisson, right? We need to go check on her!
Yeah, I gotta see the Spina di Rosula.
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate disaster prevention plans for the surrounding coastal areas to avoid potential catastrophes. I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first. I'll meet you there to check on the situation once I finish things here.
Yes, sir.
There's no time to lose! Let's get going!
Alright.
Please be careful.
Yeah. He makes it worry. I guess he's worried about us saying that.
The two of you have my thanks. If you need any help, just let me know.
Time to go to Poisson. Oh yeah, it's over this way, I forgot. Waypoint.
Oh no! What happened here?
Oh shit. Oh, why does it look like that? All the buildings are in pretty rough shape. No. Nobody's around where they all dissolved. Nah, let's not assume the worst yet.
Navia should be around here, right? We need to make sure she's still... Paimon means we need to check on her.
I see someone on top of a building there. So it looks like he's alright, but did anything happen to the people here?
We haven't seen a single soul all the way here. Oh, this is getting scary.
What will I ever do now?
Look, there's someone on the roof over there.
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
All right, just hurry.
Oh, that guy.
I'm not young anymore. How will I survive on my own? My Desiree!
A Desiree?
Oh, he looks pretty sad.
So did this mean some people did lose their lives to that flood?
My leg! My leg!
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, bro. The moment I heard that, I thought of the SpongeBob. My leg. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, bro. I can't. I hate that I do that sometimes. But if I hear my leg, I'm hearing my leg.
How could this have happened? It hurts!
What exactly happened
Just
to her?
hang
Though?
in there.
Did
Help
she
is
fall?
on the way. You can hold my hand if it makes you feel better.
Bruh. That is horrible. What happened here? Wait, there's Navia. Let me see one of the best girls in this game for sure. Navia is both a homie, and it's still sad that she's Geo, but you know what? I still like her, so that's all that matters.
Oh, it's Navia. She's over there. Hey, Navia, are you okay?
You're here.
We heard there was a situation in Poisson, so we came as quickly as we could.
Yes. As you can see, the water level suddenly rose. It caused quite the disturbance, in fact.
Demoiselle! There was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety, but we've run out of medical supplies.
Oh no.
He's wounded? How badly?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof.
Oh, it's
Once
that
the water
guy.
receded and he saw the ground, he became terrified and eventually...
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor. He should know where to go.
Yeah, sacrifice his leg because he was too scared.
Understood.
That
I'll take over
sucks,
the search and
man.
rescue mission in the meantime.
All right, you'll be in charge. I'm sorry. Where were we?
The situation in Poisson?
Ah, right. Allow me to explain. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded in the waterways.
What the hell happened with the...
But before we knew it, water started pouring out from everywhere.
What the... Wait. Why did her voice suddenly just go straight down? What was that about? Anyways.
The rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial seawater. Some people didn't realize the danger and thought it was just ordinary water, leaking from somewhere.
I see.
Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape. As the water levels rose, they suddenly disappeared. They were all dissolved.
Fuck, man. Jesus.
Those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. Many were injured in the stampede, and some people fell from significant heights. The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been a lot of casualties. Fortunately, the water began to recede after some time, and the chaos came to an end. The water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of Poisson are still hazardous. To ensure everyone's safety, I've asked the people there to leave as soon as possible.
I see.
No one knows if this could happen again. All we can do for now is try our best to help evacuate the residents. We still haven't completed the head count, but we'll have some numbers soon.
How awful. And all of this just came out of nowhere.
It was quite frightening indeed. I only wish that everything that just happened was a bad dream.
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
What can we do?
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment of crisis like this. You don't know how much it means to me. I really can't express how grateful I am.
Wait, we're missing some people, aren't we?
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
By the way, where's Melus and Silver? Your bodyguards. Don't tell me.
Demoiselle, we've got a situation here.
I'll be right there. Sorry, I need to go for now.
That...
And off she goes. Seems it might be a while before she can take a break.
This doesn't sit well with me. Did she lose the two closest people to her? Espina Diosula? That would tear her down, like, a lot. Which would explain the energy she's giving off. Have you walked around talking with people, organizing various matters? Her decisions are clear and reasonable.
The wounded are being tended to, and we finished a preliminary head count. More support has just arrived, so I suppose I finally have a moment to focus on my own matters. Of course, we should remain ready for anything, and continue doing our best to rescue others. I'll be sure to have everyone at the Spina di Rosula ready to render assistance. Traveler, Paimon, would you two accompany me to my father's grave for a moment?
Huh? Right now?
No, I know what she's about to do.
Thank you.
I'm sure we'll rendezvous with Nouvelette over there as well, to be honest. I know exactly what she's gonna do. She's gonna tell us what's going on. Should I go here? I still feel like it'd be faster to go from up here. I'm not even gonna lie. I don't feel like running all the way around to go back up. It'd be faster to just go down this way.
Not a lot of people here, huh?
That's a lot of rain.
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation in Poisson, Paimon doesn't think there'd be a ton of people here visiting graves.
Right. That's how things are now.
I don't like the
The living
thunderstorming.
are so exhausted that they've no strength to spare any words for the dead.
Navia?
You don't need to push yourself so hard.
Navia, what's wrong?
Sorry. I just... Malus and Silver, they won't ever come back here again.
Oh no.
What should I do, Papa?
Oh my goodness.
Huh? What happened to them?
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still, I was the one who initiated it. They were helping evacuate the residents, but they couldn't leave in time. And they were caught in the seawater.
What should we do?
Man, I hate when I see people cry in anything. It could be movie, it could be TV show, it could be anime. It immediately makes me tear up, and I'm tearing up already.
I've known them for so long. And I know they weren't afraid. But I could at least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he rests. But as for Malus and Silver, they're just gone. I just can't.
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Callus's grave.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps we might even have a picnic. He wouldn't be angry, would he?
How could Master ever be upset with you, Demoiselle? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not? Everyone ends up here sooner or later, no matter who you are.
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are you?
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus, Demoiselle.
Hey, stop joking around.
I'm quite serious. That way, it'll save us both the trip to see each other whenever you visit your father's grave.
I always feel like it's the wrong thing to say stuff like that, though. Like, the reason why she even said stop joking, man, I always find that as a red flag when people say that. Like, regardless of the reason. Have the intention said is fine. Telling the reason after is even better, rather than saying it and then having this vague description that you're going to have a cloud over your head, as if one day you're just going to be gone like that. Regardless, that's just how things work in real life, but I still think there has to be a way to actually communicate.
That makes sense. In that case, could I be buried on his other side?
After all, besides you, Demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered Master's closest companions, no?
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes just fine.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. All right. I'll remember your requests. But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even if I had to visit you two somewhere else. I promised to let them rest in peace here. But here I am breaking that promise.
No, you're not. Don't say that.
I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this. I don't usually cry, really.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better. But, well, she understands how you feel.
I had always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, that never solely relied on me. Many things can only be accomplished with someone else's help. Malus and Silver have helped me so much. But by contrast, I could do nothing for them. I'm so sorry.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay with you.
We'll stay through the thunder and the lightning that are gonna eventually shock us. Yes.
Thank you. Right now, you don't know how much that means. By the way, you can have a look at this. It's a list of victims from the incident that took place here.
I mean, that's cool and all, but the only problem with that is that that paper gonna get destroyed from the wet. Oh, that my friend? I think it is. Sorry, dude. Not today.
Obena, Khan, Burnett, Giverny, Francine, Karina, Daisy Ray,
Joanville, that's how you say it?
Julianne,
okay.
Esson,
Okay.
as well as Malus and Silver.
So that's the head count.
Everyone else is safe. But still...
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. And you're right. We lost Malus and Silver. But we were able to save more than we anticipated.
Right.
The overall outcome indicates that the cost was worth it.
No one's sacrifice is truly necessary.
Right.
I wouldn't think about it like that.
Think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another, sure, but that isn't something we should ever consider a trade.
Truly, that is one of the mysteries of something I'll never understand that humanity does. It's like, well, at least it wasn't that. At least it wasn't this. Shut the fuck up. Like, this is well said, Paimon.
Malus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone. They're heroes.
You're right. Thank you, Paimon. What you said just now was pretty amazing, actually. I'll remember your words.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Paimon does have a way with words sometimes.
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
What the hell? Why are you here?
The knave? What are you doing
Oh,
here?
what's the father? The knave. Miss Arlecchino.
Is everything going well on your side?
Yes, my people are
So is she
carrying out the
working with
mission
that?
according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate them to higher ground.
Okay.
As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of. There is no need to worry.
Thank
Alrighty
you
then.
very much.
Wait, do you two know each other?
Well, it seems like it. It's too late to say that.
We just met recently. Right,
Okay,
Miss
okay.
Navia?
Okay.
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter. That doesn't quite fit this time. Besides, it never even crossed my mind that a Fatui Harbinger would come looking for me. Thanks to the Knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation work so quickly.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure you understand what I mean.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before, and it's extremely important for us to know who we're working with.
There's one thing I have to say. So far, after hearing the Knave from like the last ARCHON quest, it's safe to assume that she isn't a bad person, but she's a morally gray one, which it seems to be a track record for many of the Fatui, or just the Harbingers, whoever may or may not be good. I do feel like she's more good than someone like Wander from a personality standpoint, at least. I can't even call her evil, but she happens to be very imposing in her design, for sure.
My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount of emergency supplies. I'm quite surprised.
I feel like this is
This
something
is
she
nothing
always
to brag
has
about,
asked
nor
about.
do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good or ill. You've witnessed that firsthand, in any case. As I've
Okay.
told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster.
Now, could you enlighten me on that part? Because I feel like there's nothing we can do so far, unless this has to do with Child's disappearance, like I think.
Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such, do not be troubled by this token of our sincerity. Perhaps one day, you'll also be able to help me in the same way.
I feel like that's not the way you should go about saying that, but I understand why she did.
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties. I won't forget your kindness.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver. I only wish that my people could have arrived a little earlier to prevent this from happening.
Don't say that. You and your subordinates did everything you could. As Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person. And they weren't the price paid for other salvation. They chose to become heroes themselves. I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding words. But right now, there's nothing more suitable. They really did become heroes.
I feel like become is not the right word though, but I understand why you say that. I feel like they were like some of the most reliable people out there. People like that I respect a lot. Heck, even in real life, if there's someone who does the waiter job, I have to respect people that can actually do that. You know, if you deal with the wrong customer and have to put up with that, if you know what I'm saying. And then let's not even get into the butlers thing. I don't know, there's no butler going about in real life. Probably. I wouldn't know about all that 'cause I'm not royalty, but it'd be cool to see what's going on that.
You're right. I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Navia. Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate. Fortunately, I've never been one for such opinions.
Honestly, I have to agree with that, because saying that prophecies equate to fate, I feel like, isn't entirely true. It's only a matter of preference. It really does seem like, when I think of a prophecy, it seems to be something that's going in a linear way towards what a story is saying will happen, but you can literally do something different to change that. And that's kind of the problem. Whether we're not doing it or doing it, I feel like it's not even exactly what the prophecy is meant to be, because what does child's disappearance have to do with it?
So, you're one who will try to change fate then?
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Thé. I still have some things to take care of, and the children need my attention.
They need your attention, huh? I need to know what's going on with that attention. What attention is she giving them?
By the way, Traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Yes?
Alright, then we'll just... Huh? This isn't right. Paimon thought you would ask us to walk with you for a moment so you could tell us something in private.
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But there's no need today. It would not hurt to have Miss Navia listening in. Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together when we had the chance.
Is that the time now? It's not like I'm not surprised you would come to actually see us. I feel like there's more than one reason why she's here. Her appearing in person has meaning, obviously, because I actually see her as an important figure. I mean, she's a harbinger.
You and I both know that there may be issues with the Primordial Sea. Previously, it was the Fortress of Meripede's sluice gate, and this time it was the water levels in Poisson. These are both signals.
So time for jolly cooperation has come.
Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence network with you. During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date back to ancient times, and seem to be worth investigating in many ways.
Interesting.
Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is becoming more urgent, so any pertinent information will prove extremely precious.
So you want
My
us to
people
go into
initially
that?
came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly, this disaster struck. And at present, we're all busy prioritizing the rescue effort.
So that's why the Fatui were already in Poisson.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist affected residents. Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you.
Of course.
Which is why I want to give you this task.
Are you sure this will be okay? And can you trust an outsider like me?
The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such, even though you are not from the house. I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider their friendship with you to be.
Oh, that somehow makes Paimon feel kinda happy.
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children consider you family, it's only natural that I freely shared with you.
I feel like there's a double-edged sword in that statement. Obviously, I'm not saying she has a sharp tongue by saying that, but Obviously, I feel like what she's handling this statement for is to give us a little bit of a crutch to do this, even though I don't think it's not true, because I don't see her lie through her words.
Got it! So all we gotta do is go to some ruins, right? We can handle that.
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
You wish to join, Miss Navia?
But are you sure you're up to exploring some ruins? You need to rest.
Well, I'm sad, yes. But I can't just go back and plop myself into a chair by the roadside and do nothing.
I respect
There's
that.
no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands. As my father's successor, I must live up to the hopes he had in me. Besides, I'm also doing this for myself. I need something, a distraction, to keep my mind off Malus and Silver.
I understand that feeling. Navia's strong, but she needs company right now. We can be that company if she goes to explore the ruins with us. Just become a free character next person we good. Let me stop.
Since you put it that way, I have no objections. What do you say, traveler?
Why not? I like her.
All right. The ruins are to the south of Poisson. Here's the map.
Okay, the three of us will handle it. Come on, let's pack up and get going.
So this is where the direction changes, and it's still storming. What the hell? Alright, let's start from up here. And I'm gonna go to the restroom real quick.
The scribe's work is simpler, which is exactly why I took the position. Wait. Huh? No.
Back. Alright, where's the sea?
Flicker. It's just a natural phenomenon, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Unless you're beneath a tree.
What the? I killed them that fast? I wasn't trying to kill them. It must have been the blooms.
Here you are.
I see everything.
Pick up though while I'm at it.
Flicker.
Why do I feel like we've been over here before but we couldn't do anything here? Nah, I guess this is where we're going.
So, are these the ruins the knave was talking about? Whoa,
Yeah.
Talk about old.
This is not the first time, Paimon. But anyways, it's really funny that every time we have like a new domain put in an area, it always got like this suction going into an area. I just find that weird.
They seem to be pretty ancient, all right.
Let's go in and have a look.
Just be careful.
Ask yourself that instead of worrying about me. Place of Secrets. Fatui intelligence indicates this place may play host of here before on hidden clues or unknown clues, yeah. Hold on a second. Drinking water. Second bottle finished. Haha, score. Alright. Grab the third bottle of water. Search the ruins. Ooh, I love when they keep doing the lighting like this. It sucks I'm missing out on not having a PS5, but if I didn't, then I would actually do more. I can't climb this, right? It's a domain. Is this music new? I feel like this music's new. Oh.
There is no escape.
Everyone hold hands.
Dun 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 kala. Kala indeed. Let me stop. Man. Oh!
Floor here isn't safe.
I should have noticed that. Of course, stay backwards, why don't you? Oh no. I almost missed the exquisite chest. Oh god. I didn't know, I didn't even look at the side of me. That would have sucked to miss that. Does Navia use a glider? I feel like it's a stupid question to say that since it's going to be playable next patch. That looks like a place that have a fishing outpost or fishing location. Yeah. Anyways.
This place has also been contaminated by primordial seawater.
Is this really primordial seawater? I guess the middle here is.
A lot of it, too.
Hmm.
A Fontainian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
Navia, you're making me worried here. Please stop talking like that.
Right. You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous, and it won't be any help for you to just stay here.
I don't know why, but I'm getting like such a bad feeling. I don't know why.
Don't get Paimon wrong. We're not saying you're useless. It's just that...
Paimon?
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation. I'll leave this to you.
From the look of things here, there may be no way back.
That complicates things. Maybe the only way left is forward.
Why do you have to say it like that, Traveler? You forget we can actually climb, but you know, the game doesn't allow us to do that in a domain. That's the contradiction here, but anyways.
In that case, do you want to wait for us here?
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will rise. So, staying here wouldn't be safe either. I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
Alright.
Alright. Come with us for now then, but please be careful.
I can't stop being hella nervous around Navia. It's just like... It's like trying to protect, like, a sick puppy or something. Like, I'm worried that the puppy is gonna follow me when I tell him to stop.
Let's try climbing over from the side.
Oh, look at that. It's been a long time since I've seen a domain have one of these type of climbing things. Or, I'm gonna call them climbing planks, but you know. I think the last time I seen that was like during the beginning of Mondstadt. I don't think domains ever have that anymore. Get the door open. Opens Sesame. What the? Oh my oh, what is that up there? Why does it feel like we're now in Economia or something? I don't know. Some of the ruins will always make you think of Economia because of this. Huh? Why did the camera go way out just now? I had no control of that. I can't control the camera either.
Wait, there's something wrong with this bridge. Run.
Oh! Oh my god. Oh! Oh no. Dude. Dude, what happened what happened to Navia? That won't sit well with me. Oh, come on, man. We should have held her hand. Something. I knew we should have done something like that. Oh, dude. What's about to happen now, though? With Navia being playable next patch, I'm doubting that she's gonna do something. What the?
Demoiselle?
Huh?
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
She's not a fucking NPC, mate.
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Maloose.
Hmm? Oh. Was I sleeping?
Yes, it would appear so.
I must be tired.
That's quite possible. However, you were the one that suggested we go out for a walk.
Oh, right. I nearly forgot. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. I haven't had a nap today yet. Have I? This is a familiar feeling, yet something's a little strange.
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. No, I'm fine. I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt dispute with him, and we'd resolved the matter not long ago.
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
Ah, right. Yes. I remember now.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Maloose. And Mr. Silver, too. It's good to see all of you.
How have you been?
I've been great. Thanks to your
Oh,
help,
it's
Father
this
Maloose
guy.
has
I
finally
remember his
realized
face
that I wasn't
now.
the one they were looking for. Why, I wasn't even the guarantor for that person.
I think we saw him in a former Archon quest, actually. During the beginning when we met Navi, I'm almost certain we've seen this guy before.
They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor Obina was getting fed up with them.
Obino? Had
Sometimes
it's not even
force
spelled
is
Obino.
required to calm someone down and get them to listen to what you have to say.
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett, what was it that you wanted to give to Miss Navia again?
Oh, yes. One moment, I have it right here. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. They're a very good variety, and they'll become very big and beautiful once they bloom. I don't know what we would have done without your help, so this is a little token of our appreciation. I hope you won't refuse.
You know, I just gotta say it because every time I see this, I just have to say it. The droopy eyes are so adorable. In this game, I cannot stop looking at these NPCs that have droopy eyes. It just looks cute. Also, the guy getting a derpy face every now and then from the fluctuation of this. Could I say illusion? Man's looking derpy at times. Look at this man's face. Rippling and whatnot. Oh, he looks normal now.
Ah, did you cultivate them yourself? Thank you so much. I'll certainly take them. Malus, we do still have some empty flower pots at home, right?
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs. Burnett's flowers.
Very well.
Wait. Something seems to be off here. Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett, correct?
That's right. Is something wrong?
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed familiar to me. I must have heard it when I was discussing things with your husband previously. I've heard this name before. Sometime recently, I'm sure of it.
Burnett?
And why are there so few people around here? Where did everyone go?
We must mind the time, demoiselle. We still have important things to attend to today.
Huh? We do? Like what?
Well, now, did you forget?
Yes. She wouldn't ask the question she'd forgotten.
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please, come to the Opera House. Your trial is about to begin.
What?
My trial? Wait, why would I need to go to the Opera House?
Yes, she's right, demoiselle. It's just about time now, so we should get going.
Okay, here's the contradiction. Didn't you two, Melus and Silver? Didn't you say that Navia was just wanting to just walk around? Now you're saying she has to go to trial? You didn't tell her that? She said she just wanted to walk. And you didn't even tell her the other thing until something like this person right here showed up. Nah, something ain't right with that.
Oh? All right then.
Something about this does not sit well with me, bruh. Something about this, man.
Look, it's Navia. She's here.
And her two attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
What trial is happening that needs her involvement?
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly excited about something. I even know some of these people. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen. Why are so many people here? And why do I have no recollection of this case? And as for the judge... huh?
What?
Where's Monsieur Neuvillette?
Usually he sits in that
He sits in
seat.
the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany you.
All right.
What is she getting accused for?
Are you sure you can stand behind me?
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but today is an exception.
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on. Do they have any idea what they're doing?
Seriously.
What? I was assuming it was something else, but it's this guy again. I think he had glasses, but no, it has to be somebody else. But it looks like that guy when we were dealing with Lenny's case.
Enough with the whispering! Could someone please tell me where Monsieur Neuvillette is? And why I'm standing trial?
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done? In that case, allow me to explain.
Bruh, without Monsieur Neuvillette, I don't want to hear your tongue.
As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor, the head of the Spina di Rosula, someone held in high regard by every soul in Poisson.
Okay.
After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached out to you for help, you responded. Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone in the Spina di Rosula fought for the well-being of those in Poisson.
Okay. So why is she on trial?
Wait a moment. Aren't you just proving that I'm a good person?
Navia, you shouldn't be saying anything yet.
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. You have helped so many people get through so many difficulties. You are one with us. We are inseparable. We are one big family, all of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. And with you being so important, we couldn't possibly do without you. Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be together with us forever.
Who decided that? You? The people? Or Nouvellette that isn't here? I think, without it being the Oratrice, I feel like something doesn't sit right.
Huh? What are you saying? Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed done a lot for my hometown, and I would be willing to be with you all, but what is the purpose of having me stand here like this? What is there to discuss?
Ah, well, if that's what you think, then I have no further comments.
Bruh, what the fuck is this vagueness? You know, whatever.
How wonderful, Miss Navia!
What? Yeah, you can stop laughing like that.
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it. This trial is...
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Bro, Melis and Silver having to help her out, bro?
Melus?
What was that, Mr. Melus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty.
The fuck is she guilty for? And why do you get to decide whether she's guilty or innocent? Like, that's the worst part of it. Let the court judge her. Bro, if it ain't the Oratrice, it don't matter what this has to be said here. Let the freaking robot decide it.
Stay here, Navia. You're one of us.
One of us. Look at us.
Don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
Yeah, I think we get that. Now the question is, how can they do that?
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything. Indeed, even the death of Master Callus couldn't stop her.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual, extending her hand to help others. Please do not mistake her actions as being otherwise.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontainians here. This is the nation of justice, the nation of Hydro.
The Oratrice, Denelise, Macanique, Cardinal. I felt like I said it wrong. Anyways, I can figure out the word later. Anyways, it doesn't matter. I'm not going to try to say that word.
Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Water accepts all, blends with all. It will surely accept her kindness.
Bro, the fuck?
Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro. And in the end, everyone shall meld together. Thus, when a unanimous opinion emerges, that opinion represents justice.
Yeah, remember that word, opinion. There's a thing called a wrong take, a bad opinion, or just flat out misinformation. And because of misinformation like that, I have a problem with that statement.
Now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We and Navia are one.
Nah, stop being gay, bro. Let me stop. That's not that. I didn't mean it actually that way. Also, I don't really mean it as an insult either in this context, actually. But I don't. You know what? Let me
And
stop.
you would call this justice? Preposterous. You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still has a chance to exist as an individual.
Wait, what?
Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to become individuals, to become independent?
Do you mean to defy our justice?
Ew. Just ew.
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
Exactly.
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall defend Demoiselle. And that is how we will enforce justice.
My head... It hurts.
Demoiselle.
Silver, it hurts. My head is spinning. All I can see is stars swirling in front of me. I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
You just realized that? That was the whole point of this that was sus already, which means you're a part of this group. But if I'm hearing a chance for her to become independent, she has a chance to live, is what I'm hearing. What did this mean exactly? Does she have resistance to the primordial sea? Or the chance of her escaping being dissolved has some other meaning? This is very interesting.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt. We will protect you to the very end.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged?
Who said that?
We are the majority, and in the nation of trials, the majority is absolute justice.
That's not justice.
We are the will of all.
No, it's called majority vote. Shut the fuck up.
Don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia here with us!
What can you do?
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn?
What about you?
How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not
Collective
resist.
hive mind?
This judgment is fair and just.
Whoa!
Navia belongs to us.
Whoa! 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 I can't unsee that. Hello? You're telling me right now that you're trying to suss out my girl here. That's not okay. You're telling me this is supposed to be an oceanid disguised as a man named Jonaville, or I'm not saying the name again. Anyways, that's not okay.
After all that happened, she should
Yeah,
not
look
be
at that.
left alone in Poisson.
Bro, why you look like an oceanid?
What are you saying?
No more excuses.
Oh! Every time I see them come up, I just have the few words that she says. The body of water can make any shape. That's what keeps coming from my head every time I see her. Or this oceanid.
Jealous. How could she possibly be an independent individual?
Ew. What am I looking at? This is what actually happens to people when they dissolve?
What's with these people?
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us. Miss Navia, she
won.
Silence.
Ooh! Did Neuvillette finally come to help us? But then again, we didn't get to meet up with him at Poisson. He must have somehow followed us in? No. This has to be something.
That's...
Yeah, silence. The judge is here.
Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Our thanks, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
Oh!
Go on now, Demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place. What, can't bear to leave us behind or something?
So truly your souls are tied to this place. Give him a hug, man.
Malus.
saying such a thing.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall be our last goodbye.
At least you got to see them again, Navia. Are they gonna be at Ocean Inn?
Silver.
Oh man.
Quickly, you must come now.
Goodbye, demoiselle.
Oh man. Poor Navia, man. So how did Neuvillette save her? Because this seems like he actually came and saved her. Cause I'm assuming Neuvillette can go into the Primordial Sea, because I mean he is a Hydro Dragon, yeah, which is very interesting. But anyways, makes sense that he could save her. But what actually happened when she fell into the water, and what happened after?
No, wait! Just a second!
Navia?
You're awake. Good.
I see. How did you get here, man? We need to see the point of view, and Neuvillette just came out of nowhere.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and they were defending me at some insane trial.
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare? Paimon could give you a hug.
I want to give Paimon a hug. What the fuck? She'd be such a tiny little pillow.
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water. You were just about to be dissolved within, but I...
What?
What is it?
I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve you. Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
So, people that are dissolved became Oceanids. Also, the Vache thing, was that from Neuvillette's story quest? I believe that scenario was from Neuvillette's story quest.
Perhaps those 2 Oceanids were
Could
the
be
people
wrong.
you saw
Don't
in
remember.
your dream.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me. To think that they'd keep doing so even after death.
Please come with me.
Neuvillette, are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps there's something we could chat about?
It sounds like he wants us to answer a question.
Why do you look so stiff all of a sudden?
I know he wants to ask something.
Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward when there's nothing to talk about, right?
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Well, of course, I knew that much.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's even more awkward to call us over like this and then have nothing to talk about?
Well, we're talking right now, aren't we?
I suppose so.
Oh, Miss Cedrine wants to send her regards, by the way.
Ah, Sigewinne. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the Fortress of Meropide has not been too much for her, has it?
I think it's calmed down there,
Don't
actually.
worry. She's doing fine down there. She's an amazing head nurse.
It feels wrong in this scenario, though, because, like, when I see a head nurse in anime, it's usually, like, a hot woman, but we get a chibi. I don't like that.
I see. Well, that is good. I have always worried that Sigewinne would need a lot of time to understand the world of humanity, just as I have.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Cedrine made him do that. He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's happened lately.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately, and I also hope that everything is going well in the Fortress of Meropide.
I wonder if he should pay a visit to see if that seal's still doing alright, but I'm sure it's alright, because I know Ryza can go see it.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. Let's chat about something else then.
Well, what now?
So, Neuvillette, you're probably quite the swimmer, huh?
Bruh.
Yes, of course.
I mean, he's a It's a Hydro Dragon. Paimon, what the fuck?
This isn't going anywhere. Let's try something else. How did you find these ruins? Did the knave tell you?
Oh, right. Finally, the right questions.
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. They had even transported a large quantity of supplies to the area. Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave, and we had a chat. She informed me that she had asked you to investigate the ancient ruins here.
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents. We didn't think exploring the ruins would take very long, and who would have thought you'd wrap things up so quickly?
I hope Navia can get back on her feet. I feel like this is definitely an emotional shock for her. It's, yeah. I can't help but be worried for her, actually. For real.
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
All right! Another one joins the party! Let's get going then!
Another one. I thought about another one bites the dust. Yeah. That's just not the right song to be singing in my head right now.
Oh no! Another unstable path! Watch your step!
Sounds like I shouldn't go this way right now. Wait, it's telling me to... No. I am forced to go up. Okay. I didn't actually mean to go up here, though. Oh, no. It's gonna force me to go up? Wait, where the fuck? It's gonna force me to go up. This is frustrating. How can I get up there in time? If I can at least touch the door, then everything will change. I can't move. I'm gonna try something. Or not. I did not think I'd get stuck here. I don't feel quite fond of this at all. Like, why is it forcing me to do this? No! Why can I not get out of this? Dude! I'm actually about to get really pissed off now. So, we're gonna go up. But if I still can't go down after I go up, I'm gonna get pissed off.
I miscalculated.
This does not sit well with me. This just doesn't sit well with me. I might have to restart. I don't want to do that, but I've never had a story quest that forces me to go somewhere. I don't think I'm supposed to go here either. Not yet, anyways. So, was I really supposed to skip that? I guess it's too late. I might as well accept it as such. So I guess that's why they let us do this, but I would love to go through the bottom section because I feel like we probably missed something down there. But anyways, we're at the top now. I'm gonna go do something real quick.
Book learning alone is not enough to cultivate intelligence. All those scholars in the academia are prime examples.
Okay. I'm back. Let's do this.
There is no escape. Everyone hold hands. Make yourselves a move.
Oh damn it, I could have healed Nahida in time, sad face.
Allow me.
Oh, the ceiling just drops on me now? Oh, okay, we're good. And then one of those water current things. Oh, okay, there we go. Every time I hear this music, it reminds me of something from Kingdom Hearts 3. It's just, there was a song in Kingdom Hearts 3 that sounded similar to this. 2, Kingdom Hearts 2, not 3. I haven't played 3 yet. I still do think I can do a playthrough on that one day, but I don't know if I can say that for other games for a playthrough and whatnot. Goodbye, beautiful tower. I liked you. I'll last it. Cool mechanic that won't actually be any cooler. I guess it's just a thing you'll just only see in this ARCHON quest. I'm sure of it, which is kind of a shame. I see what looks like to be some kind of puzzle. Never mind. I'm just stupid looking at something that looks antique and unique looking. The doors are closed. The disrespect, man. It's even locking on us. Come on, man.
Looks like we've reached the end.
Seems like it.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden spaces in the vicinity.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
Can we really prove that, though, since we can't swim in the water? There seems to be something on the wall. Oh, it's Farina on the right side.
It seems like they were put here as an offering. Could we take them down and have a look?
Is this the prophecy thing? But why is that here?
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
That's gonna come to a conclusion pretty soon, though.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
The surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past. Say what?
Don't say what. Just say what. Don't say what. There we go.
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose. But does he mean that Fontaine should be destroyed?
Yeah, here I thought it was like possibly could be destroyed, not should be. Who would say that?
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it. Take the second slate, for example.
Specifically the second one.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's facing this,
If this ARCHON quest finally talks about that place, that should be interesting. It sucks that I forget words of places very often and names as well. Hopefully they mention it. All I remember is the title of Heavenly Principles coming from there. That island should be a place of interest, and it should have been something I feel like Fontaine should have picked up on eventually. But I guess we'll have to see if Frina knows about it. I mean, Nahida ended up knowing about it because she was the first to really know what was going on in Tavats.
And is that Lady Farina in the third image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
And is that a ring of people around her? Paimon doesn't quite get it. Are they all in the water?
The fourth image.
Shows
I
Frina
know this
crying.
one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
It just shows Fontaine
The
filled to
people
the
will
brim of
all
water.
be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne.
They do seem to match. I find it weird because Nuvolet I don't think can get drowned by Fontaine. He is the Hydro Dragon.
More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it, most likely due to us missing the first slate. I am very sorry.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient stone slates isn't one of your duties.
Ooh, the Paimon's getting the chills just looking at these slates. This says that it's the history of the future, right? That means the prophecy's sure to come true.
But how much of it is true and how much of it is being faked? I swear to God, thanks to Frina's teaser, I can't see this story quest the same way.
I really hope it doesn't mean that.
Still, Paimon feels like these images are kind of weird when you look at them together.
I get what you mean, Paimon. The issue is the order of the third and the fourth images, right?
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And yet the order is reversed here.
You think so? The sin are the people in the images confessing to? Man, I hate that I can't remember the name of the island in the sky because you can literally see it in game. And God damn it. Celestia. There we go. I just remembered. Thank God. Yeah, that island up there should be Celestia, but we can't actually see what looks like to be a build. I was gonna say a building on a floating island. Either way, I'm sure we're gonna eventually go there in the finale of this game. I just know it.
If we go by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Wait, you think so?
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records.
She looked like that? Very long hair.
The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
Did she herself commit that sin? And if not, why would she be in such a posture?
Never thought I'd say this, but I feel like I might have to look at lore because something about this doesn't add up for me. But it doesn't matter.
Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, could this place be the origin of the prophecy? Does that mean that someone, or some people, once saw these slates?
I wonder when that could have been. Obviously, this place had to have been inhabited by people of an organization, because for a place that is like this to be here, even if it's ruined, it seemed to have been here in place at one point. Maybe even before Neuvillette was born.
But who would have created these slates and left these words here?
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Farina.
In that case,
Yep,
there's no
I
time
knew
to
it.
lose. There's nothing else to be gained here, so let's head back first.
I want to speak to Farina so badly, but will she spill the beans? I don't know. I kind of hope so. I want to be friends with her.
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
Honestly, who created the sites doesn't matter now. The real question is whether things will truly play out as the prophecy foretells or not. That's the thing, right? Because that's the thing about a prophecy, that it's not truly true. It's just the contents builds up to it are, not the process. The process can always be changed. And that's where the things become kind of twisted, which is where fate plays a role. Meeting is also parting. The title of that for that part, man. Damn. Alright, we're done with this area. Somehow we're able to teleport out. Nicely done. I wonder how we left, but yeah. Anyways, it was nice to see this. It would have been nice to bring Arlecchino with us, but her sexy ass could not come in here because she's too busy. Makes sense.
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is. There's some things you just need to be there for yourself.
Take care of yourself, alright?
You still have energy for that, Navia? Paimon's already beat.
Just head back to the Fleuve Cendre and have a rest then. Thanks for keeping me company all this time.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Rest well, everyone. Traveler, I will go talk to Farina tomorrow morning to ask about the stone slates.
Can I come with you before you ask her that, please?
I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office. I will share the results of our discussion with you.
Will this work? I'm not saying that she won't trust you, but even I think she still won't open up. I can't see it. I wish we could have at least been there. I don't know if us being there would have changed anything. But I feel like Frida knows us enough that we're willing to help her. The thing is, I feel like this thing that we have to help her with is very interesting.
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly? Will that be a problem? Paimon's getting a little scared now that it's come to this.
My problem is how she reacts, not even her receiving the question.
She has long been harboring secrets, and will not give them up easily. Which makes it all the more my duty to ensure that she understands the present situation.
Alright, we'll leave it in your hands then. You're probably the best person to talk to her anyway.
I will say that's probably right, mostly. The thing that sucks is that Frida knows about the Traveler, and that we go to every region helping its problems. Not saying that we should be the saint, but that's why I feel like she might end up telling it to us before she even tells Neuvillette. I just have that feeling that that's what's going to happen. Because I bet you anything she's going to say no, and all of a sudden, Frina ends up in a situation, we help her through that, and all of a sudden she probably tells us.
I will be carefully considering my words tonight.
Regardless of considering your words, it would be the best choice of action here.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fleuve Cendre is always open to you, as ever. So please don't think you're an imposition.
If I remember the Fleuve Cendre pretty well, that's the place under the Court of Fontaine, the sewage-looking ass area. It has a really nice little central area at the bottom, yeah.
Alright. I'll be on my way then.
Navia and Neuvillette both depart. You and Pama head the Spina di Versula base at Fleuve Cendre. Or Cendre, yeah. I keep saying these words wrong sometimes, but yeah. English is a drag, I swear. Anyways. We're finally back! because Palma didn't speak.
Welcome back. We've got a special menu prepared for you two tonight.
Really?
Yay! And there's good food too! Navi, no, the boss is the best.
The boss is the best. Why do you have to say it like that?
Ooh, desserts!
Dude, that garlic bread looks so good. Holy fuck. That garlic bread looks so good. What? Thank God I ate something earlier. I'd be hungry as hell. I ate my first meal today before starting the stream, by the way.
Hyman's already starting to forget what happened today.
Is that Mona? What? Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I said it, right? I said this. I said it before Fontaine even released. I said this. I bet you anything we will see Mona in the ARCHON quest. I said this before. I said this before. That we would see Mona in Fontaine. I cannot unsee this. Yo, the Magistus.
Oh, that voice. Is that who I think it is?
Huh?
It's you two. What are you doing in Fontaine?
I ask you the same, ma'am. It is nice to see Mona. Holy. Ah, it's Lady Magistus. Did the stars not tell you that we would meet here? That we might meet here? I think she did say this. She had to have said this to us at one point. No, there's no way. I knew that we would meet her in Fontaine. Because of her lore about this and presumably her... Not her story quest. The event story with the Hexen Circle is what confirmed that she was in Fontaine at one point because her master was here, right? So, yeah.
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Even though you say that, you knew that we would say this.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here. Wait, you're not a Fontainian, are you, Mona?
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll when I bumped into you. Quite unexpectedly, if I might add. Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstatter surname?
Oh, we can't really judge someone's name, alright, Mona? We're too outsider-like for that. But to be fair, it is something to keep in mind. We don't know too much about Fontaine to really say much on that either.
Yeah, let's go with that.
Well,
Just
I
kind of
used to have
assumed.
my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change that name.
Oh.
There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise, however, Magistus is not the name of some ancient house or clan.
Even though Magistus sounds like a very magician-like name, if that makes sense. Maybe that's why she assumed that we thought it was from Fontaine, maybe?
It isn't?
Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
The great Mona.
Imagine including a boast in your name. Wait, are you gonna have to put that into your genealogy as well?
No.
I reckon so.
Oh
In
my
any
god,
case,
okay, whatever.
I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one.
May I ask what your master's name was? Unless her name is just Hag and you don't care about her name. Have we actually heard her official name, or did people, like, extract that from somewhere? I forget.
Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Astromancer Barbeloth? Barbeloth. I feel like I've heard that name before. Trismegistus. Oh boy. So that was this person's name. She's part of the Hexen Circle, if I'm not mistaken. No, I'm almost certain. I remember looking into it.
Whoa, that's That's a long one. Does it also mean great or something?
What is the
My
last
name
part?
means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for
Right,
the old
okay,
hag,
okay.
hers is, in plain speech, the thrice as great scholar of the stars. Just take it as a title specific to astrologists.
I was just joking about that thrice part because I was gonna say 3 times, like at the last part, but really thrice. Thrice is great. It's almost as bad as saying thrust.
Thrice is great? That's so petty.
She wants to stand out.
I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus, actually, but when she took me in, she changed her name to Trismegistus.
That's so cringe. What?
Talk about excessive.
What's the point of that, though?
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it. You can look into it further should you need to study astrology more deeply.
Yes, yes. I remember when we met you that you tried to make me. Actually, not even. She kind of like forced us on an adventure with her, calling us her assistant, which I found that really amusing, despite us going to Liyue at the time. The triple strength traveler, the triple appetite Paimon. I gotta tease this.
Terrible!
Well, both names sound terrible, but yeah.
Anyway, you're not Fontainian, are you, Mona? You're from Mondstadt, right?
I always thought she wasn't from Mondstadt, though. I always thought, look at her, she either be from Fontaine or Snezhnaya. I don't know why Snezhnaya, though.
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dornman Port, and I traveled with the old hag for a while, after which I settled down in Mondstadt City.
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be dissolved by Fontaine's waters.
Paimon, what the fuck? Why did you say that?
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right? I know you're not a local, but I'd avoid getting too close to any water that looks strange all the same. There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean.
I'm sure you understand it because you're a hydro vision wielder. Did you come to Fontaine because of the prophecy?
That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the circulation of the prophecy as an astrologist.
I don't know
The
what that has to do
invitation
with the
was sent quite
astrology,
early
though.
on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be in this much trouble.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist. Your word would go a long way to make things more certain and less scary.
I guess it makes sense that she had to say something about this. I was a little curious myself if we were going to ask her about it.
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine, even that of all Tevat. Ascertaining this is akin to reading the fortune of the whole world.
Right.
I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist, but a visionary.
I see.
But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary. Its contents involve the fate of the world. Disregarding it would be a mistake.
This is why I always ask myself, would the Traveler ever ask for us to go to Irminsul? Like, could we ask Nahida to look into this, to just confirm one of our problems? And not saying whether something is ascertained to be true or not, because that's not what Irminsul is used for. But there's just something about this situation that feels flawed.
A visionary? Sounds really powerful and all, but
Just so
does
much
such a
vagueness.
person really exist?
Of course. The old hag could do it, and I'd bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers who could do something similar.
Interesting. I need to ascertain the accuracy of the prophecy. Could you help me get in touch with your master? Really? Would she want to do that?
Huh? Are you sure? All right, I'll help you.
It isn't often that I see you with such a serious look on your face. I'll tell you once I hear back from her.
Thanks, Mona. You're amazing as always.
Oh, well, this is something only I can do after all. So yes, your praises are quite welcome.
Of course.
For you, of all the people we know, you know the star's the best.
Why are you buttering up to her like that? Anyways, to be honest, Mona really is kind of a brat. I don't want to call her that because it's just, she's cute all the same with the personality of always, you know, accepting praises the way she does. Like, some people really let that go to their head, and she does it as well, but it's the cute kind.
Indeed. That's the spirit.
That's probably why she gets along
so
with Fischl.
I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything you need, do not hesitate to inform the Spina di Rosula.
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now. If I receive any news, I'll be sure to come find you two again.
Yes, ma'am. It is nice to see her, dude. That's crazy.
And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicious looks.
Because obviously we talked about something I feel like we shouldn't have said here, to be fair. But to be honest, I do want to still say that I called it that we would see Mona in Fontaine, albeit from an event or even this, because I just knew we would see her here. Because the stuff that we learned that she does occasionally come here a lot for work of some kind. Yeah.
Right, but we were able to recruit Mona's help, didn't we? Our Fontanian friends will thank us someday.
Sure. After conversation, you decide to get a good night's sleep or replenish that good old energy for the next day.
Good morning. To be honest, I'm still feeling kind of sleepy.
That is not good. At least I haven't been having that issue going to sleep. I used to have it really bad like a month ago because so much shit happened at once in my life. And even now, there's just something that I can't even promise I want to do for the YouTube channel now because of this, which ruined my plans for a really good long playthrough I really wanted to do. Even though the last one with Lost Judgment was one of the last ones I was planning on doing, I did say it'd be potentially one of my last playthroughs that I could do on the channel until I can guarantee a time I can sit down and do this. I don't want to do a super long playthrough and then all of a sudden something happens and then I have to completely abruptly either wait weeks upon weeks, if even a month, before I can actually start the next episode. Like, I don't want that to happen because it, like, something will happen one day and I'm just praying that everything goes right, but in real life humanity is in like one of the most dire straits I've ever seen, with the heighten of money playing people's hearts and mind. I don't want to get all political here, but I really don't like the situation I'm in right now. And technically I would say I am in a financial situation. But that being said, I'm alright right now. For the rest of this year, I can guarantee that. Next year, your boy is gonna have something going on. I just wonder when I'll have to make the video for that.
But it's time to get up, Traveler. We agreed to go see Neuvillette, so let's pack it up and get
going. Hunters and Prophets, right? We have to go see Neuvillette because talk to Lady Farina. I really want to see her. Like, I'm getting giddy 'cause I can't wait for her story quest. I can't wait to do that on Friday. A part of me is thinking about postponing it depending on how Thursday's stream goes, though. Because we need to do that world quest, and I'm hoping it takes us just one stream. Which means I need to stream either early enough or long enough. Every time I see Melazine, they're just so cute. Anyways. Every time I see a Melazine, I see them as like a teddy bear, and I just want to pick up and hug them. That's what they look like to me anyways. I don't know why. I wonder what's gonna happen now, huh? Uh-oh. What is Sadine doing right here?
You're here! Finally!
Whoa, what's wrong?
Is something wrong?
Monsieur Neuvillette and Lady Farina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute. Please go see for yourself.
If it's got Sadine all riled up, then Farina is arguing back at him like I was afraid of, actually. But I thought she would storm out, not continue to catch, drag out a scene. Oh boy. This is to be expected, though.
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us.
Uh-oh. I didn't think he'd say those words.
It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
You mean they're all...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
And Nubla's really talking like an angry parent, bruh. I just want to point that out.
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that.
I feel like she doesn't either, but I bet you she knows something about it.
In some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 featured different images that seemed to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
Dude, we should have taken pictures, man. Oh, what the... Bro, y'all gotta stop. Get out of here. I'll have to do something about that.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
Yeah, he has a point.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing?
Something tells me that she knows something about it, though.
I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
What joke are you about to spout?
You.
Don't let her egg you on, man.
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me, you're Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine.
How can you say it with that face?
That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again. Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
Yikes.
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling. She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
She seemed to be deliberately hiding something.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Oh, you noticed. Seems Farina didn't even realize we were here.
I feel like she did, but she didn't care.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue.
Yeah, we need to feel like we can trust the words that she says rather than feel like it's haphazard, right? I understand what he's saying.
Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage?
I'm afraid questions alone might not suffice. I hate to say this. I have a bad feeling what the child was gonna say. We need to make her understand how dire the situation actually is. I knew you'd say that. Let me guess what the child is gonna say. He's gonna say we need to make her stand trial.
Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to. We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
The thing I have a bad feeling about is that we're gonna force her to go into a trial, aren't we? Like, I just know it's about to be said.
Oh? Like what?
Paimon, you know.
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
But Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
I feel like that's gonna be hard to do that.
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can. If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this.
In that case, we will need help.
But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
I know who to call. Who? A few days later on a boat somewhere in Quiet Poisson. Are we gonna ask Navia to help us? Or are we gonna ask the Fatui? I don't even know anymore. If we ask Alakino, that'd be interesting though.
Well, that's everyone, huh?
What the hell is this angle? You know what? Screenshot time. Gotta do it.
Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Hiding?
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
So we're talking to Lynette? So is it really the Fatui like I said?
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
What makes it bad to do that? Like, what's wrong with that?
That's what family should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Yeah, I figured the whole family's here, and Navia. I did expect Navia, but this is interesting. Expectant?
Me? No, I don't think I can.
Then, how about you, good sir?
Oh,
I fear
he's
that
also
I
here.
will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Claron, looking good. Looking good.
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something.
Ah.
As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
This is going to be interesting.
Oh, how intriguing.
Yes, indeed, Lenny.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand, and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
You really just did that to her.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
Okay. How intriguing is that?
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Okay, we're starting there. Intriguing.
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters. Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device.
Containment device, that's the word
Sometimes
that's
a
being
lethal
used.
implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For
What is
me,
this
I would prefer
conversation?
something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
Well, of course, I already knew that you could.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
I'm interested to see
I'm
that.
afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
I see.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And
Right.
I can be their assistant.
Yeah, I kind of figured you'd say that.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks. But I do have one more question for you, monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
Good question.
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why's that?
I don't know if
Only
that fits
a
the
hunter
description
who's
of
a true
any
expert
animal,
at
though.
subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
Understandable. Even that's
So,
very
are
sus.
we going hunting together?
Oh yeah, we're finally gonna speak on the matter? Right.
Huh. We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
It's kind of horrible for this context, but yeah.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate.
I mean, I already knew you were gonna say that, but I still think it doesn't quite fully suit the intention. Unless you're truly trying to make what I saw in the teaser trailer of this patch that made me almost cry hearing it from your mouth.
But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
Han's hunting metaphor was just that metaphor. You will not call this a hunt because that is not what you should do at present, nor has the relationship between you and Farina reached such a dire stage. What you need to do simply is the secret she's keeping, actually. What you need is simply the secret she's keeping. Attempting to take her secrets is an act of scandalous disrespect, but must be done to prevent Fontaine from sinking into the waters as foretold in the prophecy. There is neither hunter nor prey, but there must be a trap. That is what you will need. Of course I knew that. That was the whole point of the metaphor. I figured that already. That still didn't change how I feel about it. The hell? Where is that at? Oh, we're going back down there. Before I do anything, for now I'm gonna do that. I don't want to deal with that. People keep asking me to join. Ah, you see, Farina, my profile picture. Leave me alone. You ain't touching my mans. Only my friends get to. Well, if I let them or not. Not every day am I on to let people on here, though. Speaking of that, there's a mistake I just remembered how to check later, but it is what it is. Maybe we'll catch Mana.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening.
I wonder how much we even spoke to them, because this is obviously a time skip. Those meetings sure did make me hungry.
Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh?
I wonder if we'll catch Mona
They'd
soon.
be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised.
Do you feel more confident after the meetings, Paimon?
Well... It's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Huh?
Is something wrong?
Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all.
I didn't do that?
Then what's that? Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Don't tell me this has to correlate to what I just said earlier. Like, Are we gonna meet up with Mona to see if she talked to her master, or is this gonna prove something
Don't
to
be
us?
frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything till now.
I see.
Who's that voice? But there's no one here.
Ah, have you forgotten me already?
Forgotten? What?
Wait, you are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
The sky? When? Can we get context on that? I don't remember that.
The voice from the sky, I fear that description is wrong. Though, not completely wrong.
Why do I feel like I've heard this voice before too, but I don't remember something as vague as a voice in the sky. I don't remember that.
You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion and thus came to you. Guiding people is an irresistible hobby of mine, after all.
I feel like talking to a teacup feels so fucking wrong, but anyways. Who are you? What do you want with us?
Consider me a passerby. Just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim.
This definitely has to do something with Mona. Friend disciple. So this is one of the friends of Mona's master, the enigmatic N of Hexenzirkel. Allow me to ask you, will Fontaine's prophecy come true?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Tevat so easily be changed?
Actually, Armisol has proven that theory wrong, so how much can I really believe what you just said? But anyways, there it is again, fate. Can there really be no exceptions?
Ah, so you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
You can't really prove that.
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but it also sounds kind of scary.
I feel like we're still an exception ourselves, though, because we shouldn't exist in this world to begin with. But I still don't understand why the sibling, the alternative sibling, whether you play this game with whatever gender you play as, if Lumine or Aether, the Abyss sibling, is considered part of this world, despite them both being thrown into this world at the same time, I find that also something that's very interesting, as I wonder if that has something to play as fate itself.
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well, that'll be all for today.
Well, that'll be all for today. The fuck? No, that's not how this works. You didn't even drink it. The cup didn't move. You didn't drink anything. Who are you?
The voice. It's gone.
I can't even believe we just talked to a teacup that isn't from a Disney movie. Mage N, is this the clue you were leaving for us? I think I got the gist of it, even though it's just vague as shit. Unexpected news leads to complicated feelings. You lie in bed and sleep. When you wake up, someone seems to be outside.
What? I want to hear someone talking. Alright, coming.
You're getting more diligent, Paimon.
Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
I disagree with that.
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
Don't even mind her. How have you been?
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more interesting than I expected. Not all Fontainians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
Okay.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Why, yes, it was Charlotte. You remember her, right? That daredevil journalist?
She's such a cool person, yeah.
I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
Also, how could we forget Charlotte? Because I believe Mona and Fischl met her too during the 3.7 event. Yeah, not gonna forget that. Genius Invocation TCG tournament across every region before Fontaine's release was very interesting.
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for once.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up.
Well, it seems to me that either... Well, you say you couldn't reach her. Then how the heck did we run into someone from the Hexen Circle?
Huh?
Tell me about your mysterious guest.
Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
I believe she came to pass a message to us.
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
To be honest, I hate to say this, Paimon, but you know what? I actually agree with it. You know why? Because Farina exists. I'm not trying to be rude saying this, but if a god can die, that's already showing of a blind spot. But if a god can take up arms and become the new god, that is another problem. Egeria died in Sumeru. So, Farina becoming the new Hydro Archon, obviously something's wrong here.
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost. But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... Well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Huh, I felt like you'd say that, so this proves something. How did she speak to us? Or should we say, when did she speak to us? I'm not trying to be weird when I say this, but that is interesting. So, she's probably not dead, not alive either. But she must be suspending herself in a special space that she can see us in, but we cannot see her. I know this theory sounds kind of crazy, but I feel like an anime did very well showing this, but I can't remember the name of it. It's a shame.
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live so long.
Can we say shape?
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Well, I feel like it's because we are important to the world itself as well. Us trying to solve something has something of impact on the world every time we went to a region. So us being guided by her is not surprising if this is truly the description of what N does for people. But it's very interesting.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around.
True.
She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so...
Basically, that's what I got from the conversation with her, is that it just proved again that prophecies are just a direction, but not a means to an end. That's literally what I've seen it as to begin with.
Perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now.
I feel like it's not something that we cannot know yet, as it hasn't happened yet. I feel like Farina's gonna be the hint True, her words meant a helpful hint, but when will we realize the value and meaning? I do think it has to do with Farina. Was that the best answer that my question could have gotten?
Traveler, Paimon, are you two alright?
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now. It kind of feels like the end is coming, you know?
I see. I feel that same sense of desperation, too. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed. But even so, I still hope for, and believe in, miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful. Perhaps that's what En was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone.
That's how I believe it too. Well said.
I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff. Oh, I need to get going.
Can I at least thank you? Like...
It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Because I feel like we're gonna cross paths again in another region. I'm not trying to sound weird saying that, because I mean, I do like you, but I don't know if I can ever like a character in this game like that. Because it's not like we can ever have sexual relations with like another character due to what gender we play as. It'd be funny if it ever came to that point, but no, it's sadly not the type of game. But that being said, I do have a feeling that because of my words that I said before that we'd see Mona here, I can confirm it again. We're gonna see her again. I don't know if we'll see her in Natlan, but I'm sure we'll see her in Snezhnaya, and I'm almost certain of that. I'm gonna say it here. I have a good feeling we'll see her in Snezhnaya.
Paimon feels kinda moved by what Mona said, but also kinda sad too. Hey, Traveler, Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go.
I always feel weird when you say a walk when you float, man. Like, stop.
Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
Okay. Go to the newsstand. We might run into a certain someone over there. Ah, gosh. The bird's been hitting hard, man. I had some good food earlier, for real, for real. Oh, wait. There's a Melzine sitting there. The Melzine from Rochester Phantom. Has something happened? What kind of attitude is that, Editor Janek? Why did the Melzine look like it's on edge, like it's about to pounce on him? And what about your attitude, Agent Telochard? I'm helping you with a problem here. Why y'all arguing? Did I ask you for help? Nah, okay, stop with this arguing. What is this? Why you argue with the cute little Melzine for? The Melzine trying to help you, but you don't want to help you. What's the dealio with that? This amateur kept interfering with my deductive process. I mean, just who is the investigator here? Okay. Well, it's kind of odd for an amateur to advise a professional. Wait, is it? I was merely suggesting that she not jump to any conclusion, but she started investigating. She already decided I'm the killer. It's defamation, I tell you. Killer? What this about a killer? It does sound like defamation, but it's important to find the... Wait, killer? What happened? Oh, this is a face I need to take a picture of. Hold up. Have I got a face upon like this? Nah, I gotta do it again. Anyways. possible that an unfortunate newspaper employee has, it's sad. A newspaper employee has been killed, is what you're telling me? What do you mean by, he's missing, not killed? Okay. Even if he's missing, he'll still be mixed up in this. It's because you drove him away, didn't you, Editor Janek? How can you prove this? Like, this is all accusation at the end of the day. Let's paint the scene. An idealistic young reporter finally gets a job with the newspaper of his dreams. He yearns to fight the evils of society with the power of his pen. But, in his dismay, he discovers the newspaper is as corrupt as everything else. Black ink. I'm black of heart. This just made me think of of Bleach just now. I don't know why. Ah, man. Still waiting for Thousand Year Blood War to end, but sadly, there's still more parts. Makes sense. Still have to wait. Viable stories are ignored in favor of puff pieces about popular music. The fuck is puff pieces? His ideals are met with lies. His dignity trampled upon. Oh, it's such a sad story. Until, finally, one night, he awakens from a nightmare upon a tear-sodden pillow and decides to flee the place of that shattered his dreams. What are you, an investigator or a bad novelist? You're crying like a crow. Dude, what is wrong with you? So, Janek, or Janek, I'm going to call him General Neck very soon, because I'm getting tired of saying it, Janek. Is this truth behind his disappearance? You are his boss, are you not? Yet you deny all responsibility. It sucks that I'm reading this, and I do apologize for this. I think this is just a random world quest I happened to come across. I thought this was just part of the story quest. Maybe it still is, but it's just not voiced because I came across it wrong. Something about it don't feel right, though. Anyways, your imagination knows no bounds. May I suggest you hand in your badge and take up a job at our newspaper? We also publish fantastical stories, you see. Fantasticals, as if my deductions are entirely plausible. I can't prove anything. Why am I even commenting on this? We can't prove anything from what he's saying, or she's saying. I keep forgetting Melzine. Agent Talakchard. Let me clarify. The missing employees is Sir Arthur. Ring any bells? Sir Arthur? If we heard this name before, I don't remember. Sir Arthur is the steambird that gives the steambird its... Oh, the bird itself is missing? Okay. If the Melazine is telling me he killed a robotic bird, I got a problem with that. I thought it was just, a mailbox, but I knew it was a bird, obviously, because I came and clicked on it before when we first came to Fontaine. I do remember that. I didn't know his name was Arthur, though. I forgot. Let's say that, because I feel like it probably said his name in the description of it. Anyways, that's Sir Arthur, the one who stands at the door announcing the news. Oh, right, it speaks, I forget. So, a steambird that can neither walk nor fly, I fail to see how it could be driven away. Wait, blast you. Wait, you have mentioned that before. Did you have something against me? Okay, no, I gotta defend this man here. Melzine, ma'am, what's good here? Look, you're the one who turned up and started accusing me of murder. If anyone has an axe to grind, it's you. Let's not get hasty with that statement. Oh, do stop bickering. The important thing right now is to find Sir Arthur. That is the best thing. Yes? Yes, Paimon's right. Oh, this lady. This is the lady that usually stands by... Actually, is this the lady we speak to? To do the, Fontaine reputation? I think it is. Editor-in-Chief, Euphrasia. Agent Curve, you've returned. Agent Curve? Man, why can't they just look different? Why they gotta look the same as every other robot? At least let people decide to, design them so that they look unique. Because I feel like for the Steambird, seeing this robot look like this doesn't feel right for me, honestly. Because they look the same as, the other ones that are, guards. And maybe this one is a guard as well. But, yeah. Editor-in-Chief, Euphrasia. Hello. And who is this? And this is Curve. I'm a curvy robot. Wait, you can talk like Sir Arthur? No, like Seymour. Because he sounds like he talks like Seymour. Anyways. No, Agent Curve is a special investigation drone belonging to the Marshal Say Phantom, remotely operated by someone back in the office. Isn't that the case, Agent Teleturn? Oh, yes, yes, that's the case. What? I didn't know Fontaine has such advanced technology. What the Traveler? Did we forget that we met Seymour? I can't even forget his iconic name. During the other world quest, the Narcissus and Cruz Ordo Adventure type beat. Which we'll be doing tomorrow anyways. I hate that I'm reading this, but I cannot bring myself to stop, so we have to roll with this. Here we got 2 professional investigators. This is our case. And the thing is, as you tell us, right, neither of you are official investigators with the Marshal Say Phantom, are you? Hey, you watch what you say. This is a genuine uniform, I'll have you know. I understand, but I understand it. You were simply passing by and decided to start investigating of your own accord. I can't imagine why. I wonder if I should speak to Marshal Say Phantom and... No, there's no need. Okay, I admit it. What? You admit what? You're impersonating Marshal Say Phantom agents? Well, to be honest, they're just agents who are a bit special. Okay, in what way? In any case, I'm grateful to Agent Curve, who told me some very interesting things while we were interviewing the local residents. Curve? What did you tell her? As you know, Agent Teleturn, the Mosso protocols require me to answer all editor-in-chief if you phrase these questions honestly. The Mosso protocols? Is that some kind of customer service agreement? Why did she say that? You know, it's kind of funny. I mean, according to the EULA, the end of user license agreement, I must say this to this specific individual. Anyways, I don't mean to offend agents, but Sir Arthur is of great importance. I just skipped that anyways. You wanted to join the investigation? Cool. Can we end it here? I'm tired of reading now. Let a girl have her secrets, why don't you? I mean, I'll let the girl have her secrets. It's just it's something that needs to be known and something that needs to be left secret. Because it's not like I want to know everything about you, unless you want to be that kind of girl to me, which I don't want. But, yeah. Anyways, I said enough of this nonsense. Guy leads, of course, we're good at our jobs. Okay. How did this even... wait. A drunken vagrant. I know it's him, for sure. I've seen him near the docks. He's been begging a drink at vendors, and honestly, he wasn't like this before. A resident's testimony. Rather near Steamberg newspaper, you are asking anyone suspicious. Did always... what? Wait. This part of the ARCHON quest? No. Oh, what the fuck is that fucking world quest chain? Oh my god, why is it a big world quest chain? It's an Act 1, bro. It's Act 1, bro. I'll have to save that for another time, because we got Focus Farina, but I have to at least do this one, because the videos I saw specifically tell me I gotta do this. So, search in the LGC. Well, we'll have to do that Narcissus and Cruz adventure another time. Anyways, back to what I actually was doing. I just thought this was something else, man. I wasn't trying to do all this shit. I was not trying to do all this shit. Another time. That was not my intention. I thought this was also part of something, because I didn't know it was a world quest. The reason why I say that is because it was preemptively started. It wasn't like, okay, we go talk to this person, or have an option to go talk to this person, and they have the exclamation point over their head, yeah? I was not expecting that.
There have been many.
Yeah, there's been many things you should have stopped talking about. Anyways, back to this. Supposed to be walking around here for what exactly, I may wonder.
Huh? Our names are written in this newspaper. What's going on?
Maybe because we're actually well known?
Let Paimon see! The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy, but that does not mean that others cannot interact with it. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that.
What? I would say all she has to do is get arrested, but I feel like that's just fucked up at that point.
Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report? A blind adventurer with their white fairy legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in spades. Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, The Traveler's Trail, World Walker.
I feel like that's a worthy title.
Huh. Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her.
That's hella creepy, bruh. Just saying that and knowing that, I gotta tell you, Paimon, that kind of creepy. You know that's kind of creepy. I'm just saying.
She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead?
Well, because we actually went there.
Ugh, seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time.
Did they at least get my good side? Don't even know, man. We got the general good story right here. Might as well talk to Cecil. Oh, we're over here. We're gonna go eat here or something? I probably should go check inside though.
Should we go in and get something to eat?
There might be a new recipe I can cook up in there. Not many people here.
Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition only 16 slices a day cake!
Bruh. Okay. It hasn't already sold out for the day.
It was so delicious the last time we tried it. Despite the tense situation we were in, let's give it another go. I'm sure it'll be great.
Would that Lenny story quest I'm thinking about? I don't know.
One slice of cake, please.
Someone showed up after all. Oh.
Looks like someone familiar.
From the Palais Mermonia.
It's the Dean.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalette was right. You really can eat.
I feel uncomfortable by those words.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Do you come here often?
A lot of people love cake.
Usually every day.
Still makes me sad that I'm not a cake person. I would say I'm more of a brownie person if I were to eat sweets, even though I don't eat sweets really. It's pretty interesting, to say the least.
Every day?
Does she
It's
come here
part
by
of my
herself
daily
every day?
schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
I shall have my cake and coffee. It's, you know, I almost want to say it, but it is a stereotype, so might as well. It's like the police getting their coffee and donuts while they're out on a bell. What would that even the correlation of being a thing? I'm always so curious about that.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore? What would you think?
Paimon?
But why would it close?
Good question.
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe the waters will rise tomorrow. You know, like in the prophecy.
I'd rather not talk about stuff like this, Paimon. I guess I gotta let her speak.
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No. Still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today.
That's one way to look at it, I guess.
No. It's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
Huh.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Why do you gotta say it like that? Anyways, it's more than just sad. I feel like this is more than just one type of emotion. Usually there's a word for these type of emotions too. As like frustration goes, frustration is a type of emotion as well. That's why I say I feel like this is more but falling into a different word, not just being said, but it is a generalized word, so might as well.
Oh, you know Sijuin?
Who wouldn't know Caesarine? Wait, let me stop.
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans. She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily, yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. So please try the cakes here.
Bruh, that is so Whether that's true or not, that wouldn't work on me exactly. I feel like eating fruit wouldn't always put me in a better in a better mood. I'm actually the opposite. When I get into a really foul mood, it kills my appetite. I can't force myself to eat. If I force myself to eat, it makes me feel worse to a point that I even almost throw up. That has happened to me before in my life, so I can say that from experience actually. But yeah.
I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye.
Sadine, you're so cute. Goodbye. That's so random, bro.
And there she goes. Alright, let's dig in. I'm unsure this cake will be delicious. It's more delicious than last time. And the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could come again tomorrow.
Let's stop thinking about things like that. This is why I hate those superficial thought processes. The moment you think like this, it becomes your entire daily routine of thinking about it. It's bad for me internally because I do tend to overthink. If it lingered and impacted me just like how it impacted them, they are going to keep thinking about it. Just because it's always going to be lingering in the back of their head.
Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here.
That's where another thing comes to arise. I feel like if we were to hang out with somebody else, we could actually ignore these thoughts and feelings towards this. Sadly, recently, I haven't had the superficial joy of that, but I did have one chance to talk to the homies around when a lot of bad things happen in my life. And always having someone to talk to really lifts my spirits more than just eating. It means something to talk to somebody when you're most vulnerable. I feel like that's really what I want to say. I feel like that's a better way of relaying and dealing with an emotion you don't know what to do with and sorting it out and then just eating. I feel like some people could just eat, but I feel like it's just a means of a distraction. Because I always feel like being honest with yourself and being honest to the people that are closest to you makes it easier to lift your spirits that way. Because it does truthfully make you feel better if you can truthfully, move forward after that. It just shows how much you trust yourself, even if you don't fully, which in my case, it's a bit interesting. Because for someone like me, even though I don't know who's going to see this video, I've always been someone that lacked confidence. I lack confidence very badly, even to this day. I've grown up very lucky, but I feel like me myself isn't lucky towards myself. I've never once had confidence in myself for many things. I can say things of absolute honesty towards myself and how I feel, but I could never always relay these feelings to everybody. I kept things close to my chest, and those who I decided to open arms to, I truthfully open arms to. I did. And even now, I'm always worried about my future as I don't know what may happen. I don't know whether I'll actually talk to somebody or not and have someone as close as anything else because I've even had conversations on YouTube channel before. Like, I don't understand why people would judge others for being in relationships or not being in relationships. Let people live the way they want to live. If it feels like you have to be in a relationship to actually have a life where people don't judge you, then I feel like it's a life not worth living. That being said, that doesn't mean you're alone. You always have somebody you can talk to, usually your family. But not everyone gets the luxury of doing that. Because there'll be always people that live the life without their parents. And some people only have their single parents. Or they'll only have their siblings. Or they'll only have their grandparents. You get what I'm saying? It's something to be conscious about. And this conversation made me really get deep on that. When I get to speak my mind, I really get deep on that. It's always something that I really relate to myself very well. And I honestly push myself forward with a thought process that sometimes it'll be okay and keep my head held high, even if I don't always have someone to talk to. And that's why I put my feelings out on YouTube. I don't try to sound transparent. I wanted people to think I'm faking or something. I'm not even popular enough to do that. But it doesn't matter. I couldn't put up a facade if I wanted to. People that have had worse lives than I had that are popular content creators out there. All I can say is all power to you. I don't know how you do it. Being corrupted sometimes can be a form of enjoyment, but the people that truly enjoy their lives are the people that are good content creators, maybe not the most popular, but popular enough that they can sustain their livelihood and be entertaining towards their, people that they entertain over YouTube. And I'm more jealous of those people than the people that are even more successful than them because they have the most beautiful communities. I always wanted something like that, but now I'm starting to go off topic. That really made me get all philosophical. Anyways, back at the matter at hand, thinking like this just isn't the way to go. And eating food's not always the answer either. Talking to somebody and letting them know it's okay is what should be said. That really got me down just now talking about this. I didn't even think I'd get down like that. Gosh. I'm so into this ARCHON quest, but wow, I didn't think I get so down on it. Oh my god. That just put me in a weird mood. Okay. I'm alright. It's a heavy thing to think about on my mind now.
Oh, we're near the Seabird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Okay, it's interfering with the other world quest, but thankfully the bird's still gone. And the bird's gone. But at least we can talk to Charlotte. That's all that matters. I can't call her best girl. That'd be weird as shit. The best girls in the game are truthfully the people that are the most entertaining, the most influential, and the most I want to make happy. It's not the overworked waifus, even if I like Kuching, because I just want to see other sides of her. That's the other side of the thought process towards why people like the overworked waifu thing, right? That's just me. Even though she's not even my favorite female. Anyways, my favorite female in between you and me that feels like a really real person or even Frida now. Even though Frida's kind of weird, I do, I do like her. I can't help but feel like people that dislike her don't really know what's real from what's fake. It's pretty funny to say that. What a real character looks like.
If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you? Ha! You've got some nerve! You just used us to make some quick mora!
Does it matter?
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Really?
Oh, you're the best!
Paimon, you're so easily... You know what? Let me sub.
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon.
Well, she said
If I
it.
were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still,
Yeah,
what
you're
brings
very
you here all of a
likable.
sudden? Were you looking for me?
When Mona mentioned you, we thought of coming to see you at work.
I see. It seems you've already bumped into Mona here in Fontaine. So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary Traveler and Paimon?
Oh boy. I wonder what we're gonna
So
say.
your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and experienced.
You seriously want to interview me?
Yeah, are we even qualified enough?
What does that have to do with it, though? I feel like even not understanding an interview, I feel like everyone's qualified.
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
I feel like she's gonna throw so much shit at us.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and...
Whoa, whoa, are we going on TV? Hold on a second.
Whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be tomorrow, what would you do today?
Paimon? Why are we using this? Are we really trying to get another answer from the people of this, why she's doing this? Because it's not like the Traveler's saying anything either. The Traveler just stays quiet throughout everything, which is frustrating actually. But I don't quite understand why we're going around asking so many various people this, and all I feel like is we're not going to get the answers we're expecting back, because I feel like these are normal answers you're going to hear.
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end.
But it makes the ending more sad, to be honest, when you put it that way. But that's literally what humans would do, honestly. Not knowing something and actually knowing are two different things, but not being able to prove whether something's real or not makes it even worse. So why fret about it?
So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy. Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless. And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist. But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her.
Not really. I just respect it, that's it. Envying someone for that reason just doesn't feel like the right words to use.
Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
Because like I said, that was a normal answer. You really think people are just gonna be like, oh my god, and fret over it to the end? No. Heck, there's things I could say on this YouTube channel, but I just would rather leave it out because of shit my mother believes in. But that's beside the point. Anyway, the sea breeze scenery can be pretty soothing combo. I feel like nighttime's not a soothing combo, yeah.
Paimon's been thinking.
Mm-hmm.
If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do?
The problem is that how could Tevat be destroyed? That I cannot see. That's where I think there's a lie stated somewhere. For the world to just end, they would need to show proof of it, not something that just suddenly happens. There would have to be cause and effect. An effect that happens from a cause that did not happen does not make sense to me.
No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do?
If I could choose. It's just like what Charlotte said. Suddenly trying to consider what to do is pointless.
We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot.
What makes this question more deep for the Traveler to answer makes this convoluted because the Traveler, the only thing we truthfully know about them is that they were a character that could move beyond one world to the other. They also had unique weapons, which people have always made theories that when the story ends, we'll end up getting like a free 5-star weapon that's tailor-made for the Traveler and a unique element that is attained to them that makes them really good against every element in the game. Do some weird Vondu types, I don't know. Anyways, I'm just spouting out my ass with that. Whether the theory could be a good theory or not, I don't see a point of Traveler being dog shit at that point. They made the Traveler dog shit with a new element that only maybe the Traveler or maybe 2 other characters might have. Feels like dog water. So don't make that dog water if you actually choose to go that route, Hoyoverse. Because people will ride at that point. I feel like it just feels wrong at that point. Because why is the Traveler strong in lore, but he's dog shit in game? It makes no sense. Like, I know one reason that they don't want to make the Traveler good is just because it would ruin sales. But I don't see that as a reason for them to be bad. I just don't get that. There's no reason to be horrible. You can make them mid but still work everywhere. But why does it always feel like most of the elements don't really do anything? Like, the only one that has felt like it had an impact on something is both Geo and Dendro. So far, every other element doesn't really feel like it needs to be in the game or it exists in the first place since another character already does what they do but better. It's something that doesn't sit well with me. It's like, why make them exist to have these things but they can't do anything with it? That's why I really, really hate the design of the Traveler's design of his elements. And I'm worried about Pyro, specifically, because I know they're going to try to make Traveler DPS, and it's going to look really bad.
You mean, still traveling?
Yes, cherishing every single moment. That I have to look upon this world.
Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
You banter goes back and forth between you two. As time slips by, as night falls, you return to your accommodation to end this busy day. Next few days, you are just as calm. Charlotte comes to find you and conducts an interview at Spina di Rosula's safe house at the Sondra. Yeah. Navia, having finished her business in Poisson, even drops by to take a photo of the two of you. All goes well. That was a snap of the photo. Cute. It's really interesting the direction of the story. It's very deep, maybe very dark too, from the story standpoint. But this isn't even the first time something dark has been in
Guess
Genshin.
like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough.
In fact, I find it really weird that that's like a thing that makes the story seem good to everybody, though. It's kind of cringe because there's too much dark shit in this game that people probably just don't read and don't know about. That is almost, if not as bad, if not worse than Fontaine's Fate. Yeah, I still think about Economia because their lore is really ridiculous.
But it's still better than the Fortress of Mirapede, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Salty, did you taste it? Like,
Ah, so the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
oh,
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
yeah, she looks familiar.
Yes, I'm Isadora.
Chupa.
Monsieur
Chupa
Nervilat sent me
eyes.
to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Meropide.
Oh, so you're under the impression that we might be wanted criminals?
Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him.
What happened?
Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
A riot?
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her, loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
So the one thing I feared is happening. This is worse than I thought. Because this is a cause and effect of her actions. Whether she decided to not take action by telling anybody, but keeping it to herself, she doesn't realize how involved she is. She said to Nouvellette that she's trying to do things in her own investigation, but I always knew that her staying quiet just doesn't really bode well with even me. I just think it's gonna make it worse for her, because they think the Hydra Archon not doing anything about it, just sitting around, just ignoring the whole thing. But she doesn't publicly talk about this. It'd be nice if she publicly talked about it and said everything will be alright or something, but she doesn't even do that. So because she doesn't do anything, they're gonna start thinking she's done something to the people. And I always thought this was gonna happen actually too. It's funny that this was something I also thought would actually happen too.
So people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
I agree.
After the
People
trial with
naturally
Lenny,
rely on gods, as is
it
customary.
made her look bad.
But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
Yeah, it's pretty sad for humans to do that though.
So what happened after that? Is Farina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry. The Maréchaussée Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
So, you mean she's still missing?
Wait, Farina herself is actually
That's right.
missing?
The Maréchaussée has dispatched many people to search for her, but we don't have any leads yet.
Interesting.
That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her?
Okay.
Good. Monsieur Nervilat sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
Obviously, I feel like this message being relayed to us is to keep our eye out for Farina, obviously.
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Ah, is that so? Well, all right then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the Palais now.
Obviously.
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then.
Yeah, that was the first place I wanted to go to as well, actually.
Farina, Farina. She won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat.
Yeah.
And, as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone. When Nervalet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse.
Yeah, her face was changing throughout the whole conversation.
It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling. Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up, too. Cool, huh?
Well, next time put on the glasses with the mustache, then we can tell her. But I don't want her looking like Krillin with a mustache, no. Anyways, looks like the detective novels have had an effect on you.
In that case, there's not a moment to lose. Poisson, here we come!
It's funny that that was actually the place I wanted to go to, because when they mentioned the Poisson, that was a place I kind of figured as well from the argument that happened as well. If we run into Miss Farina, this should be intriguing. I keep occasionally calling her Miss Farina instead of Lady Farina. I feel like I'm doing her a disservice every time I do that. I won the 50-50 on her. I need to respect her more. She is a god after all.
Looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of death at station.
Oh.
Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
There is Lady Farina.
That's Farina, right over there. She really is here all on her own.
Please stay quiet.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry. But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over? Who's that?
Did I actually say that? Fuck me. Traveler, you gotta shut your mouth, man.
Don't worry, Farina. It's just us.
It's just us, you say?
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects. Come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
Oh, so that was what it looks like on her eyes. I knew that looked kind of sus. I thought they made that design just make her eyes look swelled up. But, wow, they really made her eyes look strained like that. You see the lines there? You can see the strain in her eye at the bottom.
I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier
I
this
thought it was
morning
just part of her
so
design.
moving. I'm still trying to process it. Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were, disturbing my enjoyment of the arts? They even dare to tout their Archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found.
Can you consider this nowhere, though? I feel like someone's gonna come here eventually.
Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Marche Chaussee Phantom are freaking out right next to them, too.
Farina, I feel like the rat's out of the bag here. There's only but so long until you break out, and then it just hurts you further and further and further and further. People that act tough end up breaking the absolute worst when they break. It is a horrible thing to see. I feel like laying it all out would be nice. Having someone to talk to would also be nice, but I don't know how much we can really fill that role for you. But I do like you.
Of course not!
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Hell no.
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they? That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Huh? What's she about to do?
Farina just ran off. Quick, we have
After
to catch
her.
up with her.
Bro, y'all so slow. It just turned into a chase scene. Well, of some kind. We're just watching this whole thing go out. There's no way they don't see us going this direction. Okay. Scooby-Doo it is.
This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina!
Calm
There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here.
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
I know she's happy about that. So we're inside of a house, which we could probably lock from the outside. Or the inside, not the outside. That would be fucked. Those are the worst kind of doors. What time is it? Damn, 2 in the morning. Yeah, I felt like I've been streaming for quite a while. Oh god, a place like this. Oh boy.
Paimon's exhausted.
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me.
You're breathing this hard? I mean, you ran up the stairs, didn't you? I feel like stairs like that high weren't that bad to make you breathe like that. This is coming from someone that's overweight, by the way. Or maybe it's because I control my breathing a lot. I do control my breathing a lot, actually.
No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
You probably shouldn't laugh like that. This place is not what I call soundproof. You might want to lower your voice to stay hidden.
You're right. Yep, that's a good girl.
Paimon, don't say that again. Oh, God.
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Another disaster just struck, I suspect. Oh, shit.
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Neuvillette made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already...
Finally, yeah, Farina has finally reached her limit. Now that she's talking about her actual feelings, she's starting to look less stiff. You begin to talk amongst yourselves as Farina slowly calms down.
It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled.
But even then, you still haven't given up, right?
Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free.
But that would also mean all hope would disappear.
Indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end. Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all. Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
We're running out of time. We can't just go back to square one like this. I have to get more information out of her. Frina, you might not have a shoulder. You might not have to shoulder this burden alone. Ah, I see. Although I don't know what might be keeping you from everyone, or what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you. How many are willing to do that, though? I feel like it's a bit interesting to say this.
Share my burden.
Could they do that, though? Could they?
That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here.
Where did you get that from?
And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you?
Technically.
If that's the case...
Basically, I feel like Traveler's involvement might save Fontaine just because he exists here. There's no time left, please, Frina. Just spit it out. Uh-oh. What? Lenny. What? How? Just how?
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance.
Here I thought his story quest was impressive, but that trick you just did is actually out of this world. What you just did. You just did not just move people from two different locations extremely far away, actually. It's not like super, super far away, but it's far enough that I feel like this shouldn't be possible to move someone away like that. All we did was sit inside of a building. Who would have thought the building would be the trap? Why would we hide in that trap as well? How did Nouvelec plan this, and how did they go about doing this? This is way too interesting.
Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
So this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Focalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
Why would you make a god go into a duel, though?
You would draw your blade against a god? I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Is she gonna do it? Oh.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
To be fair, I don't know where to stake her as a Archon, but if I'm not mistaken, lore-wise, she's not as strong as the other Archons, but I can't claim her as weak either. It feels wrong to see her do this too, but...
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of this?
Wait, this face. This is a must.
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice! This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice. One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words, this shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine. The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin!
Woohoo! Bruh.
Oh, now we're making history!
Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes?
I mean, yeah, it's fair to say this.
Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
I'm almost certain that's the decision she's took. I'm sure of it.
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ah! Yep. I'm sorry, Farina. It's just like how you accused us, or accused Lenny, and we got involved. Yeah, it's my turn. Again. So we're going to the investigative scene again.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
We were so close to getting her to tell us the truth, and it still turned out like this in the end. I wish this could have been avoided. I had a feeling we'd go to trial, but it's okay. As long as we can defeat Farina in court, we still have a chance to figure everything out. She'll be forced to say something at this point.
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins. Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
So, I feel like this trap that they planned had to do with that riot, right? If I'm just gonna confirm something, that whole riot thing was planned because there's no doubt in my mind this is what forced her to run around in a belt like this. How interesting. I wish we weren't thrown around and led by the nose on this without knowing, just like with Sumeru's Archon story, especially on the finale one. But it's fine. It's fine. It's not like we need to know everything. It does kind of ruin the feeling of the actual execution, though, without us truly knowing what happens.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates.
I figured.
They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean, the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontainian history.
So yeah, we the Traveler got her into the box due to the chase. This was all planned.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Araneas. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
Man's real proud of himself, but I can't blame him.
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
I still wonder how this worked.
In other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's what it seems like.
It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Yeah, we did deceive her. It makes me feel really bad because she might not even trust us after this, depending on the outcome of this trial.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made
That
sure
iron
that the
sword,
champion
dude.
duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Yeah, but I've actually fought an Archon, so...
Thank you.
As for you, Traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
Unfortunately, that was never my intention. And I know that the trial are going to say it too. His intention was to get you to spill the beans before the trial so that the trial did not have to exist in the first place.
Oh?
My mission was to give you one last chance. We hoped that you'd share your secret with us before the magic box arrived onto the stage. That's what we hoped as well.
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance. It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Oh boy. Yeah, the only thing we can do now is judge the Hydro Archon, but what proof do we have? That's the problem. The only thing we can prove is just things that have happened, but then, it's gonna be interesting. I still can't help but be a little bothered by that conversation earlier. What did Frina want to say to me right before we arrived onto the stage?
Sir Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Really?
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte!
Yo, wave at me. Yay. Okay.
Oh, let Paimon see. Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us before? So she's already finished it, huh?
Oh,
Wait,
right. We did talk to
then
her.
that
We
means
didn't
this
see that
document
whole thing.
It's a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine.
She went that hard on that? Jesus Christ.
So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument.
That's insane, actually. Charlotte, you're insane for that. I would never have thought of using it this way.
Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
This
You defeated the
is
Hydro
interesting.
Archon in the very first duel you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right. I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time.
Yeah, the serial disappearances
I guess you could
case.
also see this as
on
a
that first
happy
Archon
coincidence.
quest.
This is the first time Monsieur Nervillette had a difference of opinion with the Oratrice. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out.
Yeah, that was one thing that that was when I thought something was wrong with what's going on with her, and it made me doubt a lot of
A
things.
Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something. The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think.
Aww.
According to Monsieur Nervillette, both Child and that whale should have been in the primordial sea at that time. According to Monsieur Nervillette, both Child and that whale should have been in the primordial sea at that time.
Okay, I just need to hear that again.
I nearly lost my awesome
Now
friend
we are falling
Navia.
into the seawater.
To be honest, that still gives me shivers. The words of someone as extraordinary as a
Playtime
witch
with N.
can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
How did she get that one, though? You know what? It doesn't matter. This is very interesting, though.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, Nervillette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, It is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true. But my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon.
Whoa, the Traveler is speaking?
Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Oh, we're taking that route. Is this because of the knave's words? Oh my. Yeah, I think it'd be only the knave's words why this would be said. Holy shit. Oh my god.
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but did I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
Okay, I'm sorry to say this, but that top left person, the right person had the same face as the left guy, but since his angle's even worse, his eyes look all fucked up, all polygon and shit. Look how bad his design looks. He looks like one of the background characters in an anime that has no understanding of his design. I can't.
Charge accepted. Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah. Even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
That's the point of it.
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
The people only see you as their Archon because of their long-held belief.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am? And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
I gotta think carefully. What do we know to be special about Farina exactly? Okay, these were the things that opened up. Why can Farina live so long despite being, or her looking human in this case? Maybe the knave?
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Such as a curse? The fuck, can we even prove that?
gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
It doesn't matter about who gave us the information, it's about the veracity of the claim.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But
Are
in
you
light
sure
of this
about
claim,
that?
perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
You sensed it too, huh, Nervalet?
So, friend, instead of an Archon, you could just be a curse. That's quite the claim, man.
Lady Farina is actually a human?
Nah, a human that lives 500 years isn't possible anymore. Or actually, I don't even know if that's possible in real life anyways in the past. The longest living humans, if I can even think of history as something, was like over 200, maybe 300 in one likelihood. But that was like years upon years ago. Humans seem to have grown weaker, and it's really sad to see it. And I do think it's because of humanity itself. The bad side of humanity, actually, that has power.
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being?
Then let me ask you this question, Farina. Where is your chess piece? Because every Archon should have one.
Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods.
That's not the only reason, though.
For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or
Okay,
consider the
almost say it right.
endemitium that is used in every aspect of life.
Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal. Yes, the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal. I just want to say that again. That one draw proved the opposite. Frina actually has no control over the Oratrice at all, though. Yeah, we can prove that wrong here. This child case, because she never proved this yet. Let's talk about the convicted convict that is missing.
The Oratrice. But weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Right. It's not like you publicly spoke about this.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
That's an excuse. Everything has reason. If you can't prove the reason, then it doesn't really matter. He got convicted for something that had no proof at a baseline. So I think it's pretty harsh to say that it doesn't provide explanation when it really needed to have it, or it just feels like you threw him in jail for no reason.
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
You thought he wouldn't? I knew he wasn't going to stay quiet. He's going to try to use this to put pressure on you.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
Yes, yes.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
Wait, can we prove that?
The real Hydro Archon. Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratories handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
But can you prove that too? That's kind of the issue with this. It's like, all of this you're saying is just fucking yapping. Like, all you're saying is nothing. You're proving nothing by saying any of this. It's like, yes, it's fine to say this, but it's like, can you prove it? That it's the same thing as like, but you can't. Can you beat Goku though? Like that. That's the type of statement here. Unless you can prove it, it doesn't matter what you say here.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratories.
But she can't prove that herself, though. Sure, we could put the Oratories aside for now, but then, Miss Farina, could you give us a brief demonstration of your powers as an Archon? That is a question to be shown.
My power
Alright.
as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
Do you know the Raiden Shogun?
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
A brief demonstration of your power over the Hydro should be quite harmless. Surely an Archon can at least match the wait. I keep wanting to say that word wrong. I'd rather just say, surely an Archon can at least match the capableness of a human with a vision. What?
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
I still feel like she lost the authority because, you know, again, the Knave told us she doesn't have the chess piece inside of her. Without her not having what is called the Gnosis, I want to say that to her so badly. That would be the one accusation that'd be enough. But I feel like we're holding off on using that information because I feel like that's when it gets drastic.
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium! Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
Yeah, that's something to be said, yeah.
It seems like nobody's buying Farina's excuse.
That's the problem with it. Because again, can she prove it?
Hey,
She's
come
just
now,
spouting
everyone.
nonsense.
Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar.
If that's what you have to say to that, then prove yourself that you're the Archon. Like, we said this. You're putting yourself in a corner because of the way you speak.
I'm still the same Farina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me? Please? You've got to believe me.
Please? Saying pretty please is not going to help your case.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Oh
Enough! That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is? If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
If that's what you have to say to still not answer the question of proving you are the Archon already, All I can say is one word: the gnosis.
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. How can we refute her now? Seems like she really doesn't want to give up.
It's fine for not wanting to give up. I'm still gonna point the finger though, 'cause I find it cringe that she wouldn't prove that she failed to be able to prove that she's the real Hydro Archon, but now she's setting an argument to be like, all right, so what do you think am I then if I'm not the Hydro Archon? But you didn't prove you're the Hydro Archon, so that's my problem with that. If we can't prove that she isn't the Archon, we could try to prove that she's just a human, and if she's only human, are we gonna mention it? Okay. So, if we're gonna prove this, what would it be? What evidence can prove Furina is human? How could all of these even prove to be anything? But apparently Navia falling in the water could prove to be something of her being human, which doesn't make sense to me. I don't know what the right proof would be, but yeah, I remember this guy with the glasses though. What would be the right answer? Because the only other one I could pick is the Navia and then the Nouvelette one down here. Which, I don't know how the Nouvelette one has anything to do with it. And I don't know what this has to do with it either. Like, how did that prove that she's human? It brings me to one of these two that confuses me. It's one of these two. What about the truth behind the Seo disappearances case? Hey, I picked right.
It has been established that all
Let's get it.
Fontainians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Yeah.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn.
I'm sure he appreciates you doing this, but he's trying to make it fair.
Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Furina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse.
This one's really forcing you this time, Frina. You can't even walk out of this without touching it. You gotta touch it.
Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rosula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
If Lady Furina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontainian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
This is one way to prove whether she's human or not. Is she about to do it?
Lady Furina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Wow, he's giving you a choice. Fran just looks at it.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
That is the problem with
She's
that.
just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
What's going on? Is she really planning to... that's not what we thought she would...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you may...
She put her hand in it.
Hey!
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon!
Did she just do a gesture like that?
A human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Miss Siegewing? If you're present, Miss Siegewing, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewing?
She's here? How did she get up here?
Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see. That should be enough.
I guess it's just
Please
another
announce
proof.
the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewing.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Thank you, Miss Siegewing. Lady Farina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Well, at least she proved herself to be an Archon from this, though.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
The whole point of that wasn't to prove innocence, Farina.
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina could have...
Could have what?
I can't believe... you...
But what's really going on here? Farina can't have not known the consequences of touching the seawater, or the water, as a human. This is too unlike how she usually acts, unless it's actually more important for her to keep up her facade than to save her own life. But hadn't she given up on that a long time ago?
Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks. What happened just now didn't prove a single thing. Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water?
Are you asking yourself that? He's like, nah, bruh. Nah, that ain't it.
Please, everyone,
oh no, I don't want to see her cry.
I swear, I really am your Archon.
Aww.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Farina to win.
She basically
I
lost it
believe
at
the
this
time
point.
for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
Oh boy.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone who's too stacked against her now.
Whoa.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Furina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Furina is guilty. We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal to render the final verdict on the charges.
Fancy. Anyways, special card for you, butt.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, Furina is...
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
What happened? It's something that teaser spoiled something very big here for me. Like the actual trailer for the patch. If there was one thing I wish that didn't spoil with that, I want to know what causes it. And if this is enough to do that,
no.
That's
The
bullshit.
Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty, to be punished via the death sentence.
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
I mean,
The
this
one
can't
and only
happen
time
in
the
court.
death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
Jesus
Furina's
Christ.
been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate this quickly?
Well, it's not like we factored in that the Oratrice would say some dumb shit. Like, we couldn't trust it before because a child. Even I knew something was gonna go awry, but a death sentence.
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Something about it doesn't fit with me.
Yeah, even Mache wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
What's more strange is, instead of Furina, the Oratrice rendered judgment as the wording the Hydro Archon. Did that also prove that she's the Hydro Archon in that case?
Indeed. Not only is Furina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Furina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place.
So the Oratrice
Now,
proved it.
The Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
Excuse me, if I may interrupt.
The fuck?
Is the trial still going?
Yes.
Fremine, you finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
With some help from the other fraternity, Fremine brings something.
That the first prophecy slip?
How did they find it? They actually found it. Whoa!
Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
So did he
I
go
looked
swimming
everywhere
somewhere?
and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water. But has the trial already concluded? Then Doesn't that mean I've come too late? Oh no. Father will be disappointed in me.
No. No. Don't be downing yourself. It's not too late.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate.
Now you're gonna probably try to read it.
I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates, and would like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Let's check it out.
Huh? So what do you see? What is it?
This looks like the previous Hydro Archon releasing her divine power and turning the Oceanids into human beings?
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
This has to do something with the former Hydro Archon. Can Furina be punished for the former Hydro Archon's actions? What the fuck?
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Furina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon.
But the Oratories contradicts that, so can we move on for the bullshit that people keep spouting? Like, okay, it's nice that you said that, but then can we prove why the Oratories titled the Hydro Archon? Okay.
So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kind of talking about?
I still don't know if Egeria is the one, because they said, and there's lore in the game already, and a world quest that proved it, that she died in the final area of the desert and created an oasis there.
In truth,
to
everything
protect the
that you've
people
encountered
there.
in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
An association between the contents of the slates and the events in real life.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paimon will do her best to help you remember.
Oh, this is gonna suck. Ooh. Select and check the description of the stone slate to extract key information from them. Oh, I am not the greatest at this kind of thing. You can find scenarios related to the stone slate's contents and instances recorded in an interview notebook. There you can verify said content. As the verification process continues, the fountain water level in the menu interface will rise. When you finish verifying all the stone slates, the truth behind the prophecy shall be revealed. So this is proving the prophecy to be real.
The slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans.
That is very sus. So looking at the slate here, this goes into proving one thing, the event story that had passed from last patch. The event story where Oceanid was trying to stay human, but, you know, couldn't stay human for very long. And I wonder if that had to do with the previous Hydro Archon. There isn't so much we know, unless Furina actually has something to say on that.
Does that mean that Fontainians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well.
This makes me think humans aren't actually dying then.
The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontainians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing?
Something, I don't remember it very well because I really did briefly read it. I didn't look up online of the lore of Egeria, the former Hydro Archon that died in the area of Sumeru. It did mention something about sin though. She ended up helping the people there because of her sin that she left behind. Which now confuses me about why did Furina become born. I don't even know anymore.
shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else?
What the? Did we watch that happen to someone else sink into the sea? Are you talking about Child? I can't think of anyone else.
Well, the first slate is the prophecy the Fontainians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
Seems to only show the former Hydro Archon using her divine power to turn oceans into people. Verified truth. Navia fell into the water. This.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontainians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And the first stone slate tells us that long ago, the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontainians can dissolve.
Yep. Prophecy Slate 2. It shows Celestia. I love that they show it here, thank God. It shows Celestia, where the divine principles exist, floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together, but the heavens still brought judgment upon them. Now, I feel like showing judgment could be related to this.
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervalet mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, has recorded on the stone slates.
That's crazy, I got that first try. That's terrifying even, that my thoughts were correct. That's so fucked up. It means that Frina herself isn't the one that's being judged, but the Archon that exists of the Hydro elements. That's what it proves. It showed the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea, surrounded by many people. Oh, right. I just remembered the other thing. I was like, we already remember someone falling into the sea before. We didn't truly see Navia fall into the sea, though. I don't know if that proves much. I just thought about that just now. Anyways. Let's try you those two, huh? So it showed the Hydro Archon sinking to sea surrounded by many people. What can we prove from this exactly? What can we can't, I don't know how we can extract much from this. I might come back to that one. Stone Slate 4. It shows a scene that is basically identical to that described in the prophecy circulating throughout Fontaine. Fontaines will eventually be sold by the sea. The Hydro Archon will sit on her throne and weep. Described in a prophecy. I wonder what truth could be proved from this. When I think about it, no. I had a feeling it wasn't. I just wanted to prove that for a second, so I stopped thinking about it. So, when it comes to these 5, because you can only use these once, it means it's one of these 3. When I think about judging what is true, this.
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater. which we know can cause Fontainians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
It's really nice to see Zach Aguilar getting his voice acting in. He deserves it, man. It showed the Hydro Archon sinking to the sea, surrounded by many people. Now, this one is kind of a wild one. As, do we say Child's involved with that? Or is it because he has a Hydro vision? Or did Navia falling in the seawater mean anything? I don't know. But
That doesn't sound quite...
I just wanted to prove that. Because I wanted to stop thinking about it. As I always keep thinking, maybe it's true. No, I don't want to think about it like that. So, we're really picking Navia. I was not wanting to pick that one, but I guess it is that one.
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea,
sure,
her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
I don't know how that has to do much on that, but I understand why it was said.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea, but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an oceanid.
Yeah, I remember the Vache story that we had at the end there.
The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meripede was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truth should come to light. It now, so that's how you can make sense of it.
We are an hour away from reset. This is kind of awkward. I think this stream's gonna definitely exceed 7 hours. I don't know why. I don't know what's gonna happen, but I can make one conclusion. A couple of amazing things are about to happen. I'm sure of it in this court. And this court is very long. Need to take a short break. Okay. Here we go. We are good. We are back. We're chilling.
But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
True.
Let's hear them.
The first slate reveals that Fontaines are not real humans.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
Bruh.
All Fontainians Oceanids were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontainians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids.
Yeah, we were able to see that happen before his eyes, before a man got choked to death by an Oceanid.
Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial. All of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Right.
Indeed.
The second stone slate reveals that the crime of the Hydro Archon was her creation of Fontaines from Oceanids.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratries judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
Yeah, it's not Farina's sin. It's just the Hydro Archon sin, which, in case in point, the original Hydro Archon, the one that existed before Farina took her place.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
I find that so fucked up. It's very intriguing, to say the least, because Farina created that thing, by the way. As for the third slate, I'm still convinced that it should come after the fourth one. Damn. Wait. How interesting. This is just like how I answered the fourth one and then came back to the third one to answer that last one. Damn. Me and the Traveler are thinking very closely together. That's kind of interesting, because that was what I did when we had to prove and verify things. That's interesting. Anyways.
Yeah. Isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea?
Yeah.
So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate?
The fourth slate depicts the fulfillment of the prophecy as it's already widely known.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
I find that part really fucked up. It has to do with Celestia's over-involvement, but this is a problem that Egeria did. So now I'm starting to understand at least that little bit of lore I remember, but I do feel like I need to go back and see it, because this story quest is proving a lot more than that.
Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source. When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion.
Right, can you extract it from this?
Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
Well? Did you get it?
Bro, let him finish.
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, Even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the 7, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life.
Right.
Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanid's blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids.
Jesus Christ.
Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race.
Bro, don't do that sexy-ass island animation like that. It's so fucked. By the way, that was, like, actually so cool. I can't wait to pull you in the future.
And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea.
That's what would prove that.
Is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
That's crazy.
We were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing.
Man, you were popped by your family to be human, but imagine that even though you were human because of sexual relations from your parents, that at the end of the day, you're just a puddle of water. I don't think I could take that.
Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
That contradicts it, doesn't it? All of this means the justice was fully from the get-go, man. Why did Furina create that thing?
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontainian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the 3rd and 4th stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct.
So they are in the right order. What did the 3rd slate supposed to represent, then?
A key point of the visual on the 3rd slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not
why they show
been
the
dissolved,
Archon in the sea?
which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the 3rd slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice.
That's so much BS. That's so much BS. I can't even believe that. That's crazy. So the whole point of the 3rd case is to prove her guilty. That was the whole point of it. To try her. So that explains the meaning of her falling into the water. To put her down.
Yes. It refers to our present situation.
Exactly as
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy,
all it did was prove it.
In truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
What should we do?
I feel like there's so much so many outliers that doesn't make sense.
No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the 4th slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions. About the 4th slate, you probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes?
At
However,
first.
I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come. As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
Are you talking about the tremor? The true source of the catastrophe, the
This
ultimate
eruption
proof.
is just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
What the? We have to verify the truth of just this. The secret of the Fortune Meripy has been protecting is the entrance to the Primordial Sea, though Nouvellette City once more. How long will it last? The prophesied disaster will likely spread from here. Does this have to do with the whale? Fucking hell!
And reality.
Damn! It has to do with the whale! The whale is the biggest problem.
Culprit, that could only be that thing inside the Primordial Sea, right?
Damn. That gigantic ass whale. Oh boy.
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
Is because of that whale. Whoa. The whale just goes right into the opera house? Bro. Yo, throwing balls at me, not gonna do much, Nouvellette. Ooh. Ooh! Child beat his ass! Ooh! 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 Well, ain't taking that down. Yeah, go back into the rift.
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the Opera House? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
Just wow. That was probably one of the best cutscenes I think I've seen, like, combat-wise. And here I thought the scene where we see, like, Al-Haytham and, fight with Al-Haytham and, Sina was interesting. But seeing, like, Child try to fuck that whale up was actually very enjoyable. But seeing him all tired, the man pointing down to the rift as he fell, he's telling us to help him out. I'd wager that this is also the one that Child saw when he was young. Young?
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it is chosen to make an appearance here.
Because of the
That
prophecy.
whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontainians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontainians nigh impossible to resist.
He's trying to kill humans.
Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontainians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
Yeah. I think he was fighting him from the moment the scene when we saw him in the water. When he saw that whale, I feel like it was somebody that child he himself wanted to fight a long time ago. As almost this seems to be etched as an extra part of his own story quest of something else. That's crazy to me.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this.
Well, we saw the vision through his vision. The man's using his delusion and fighting him for an extended long time. That man is fucked up.
Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
Here's my question. What's happened to Furina throughout all this time?
It is too late.
What do you mean?
It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe. That's just not fair.
Indeed, that's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end, no matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
I feel like this was what N was trying to tell us.
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
After everything, it still turned out like this. We couldn't fight against fate. Wait, but if this is all about fate, this is what we
Just as
said.
prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods. Could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall?
So that was the hint I felt like that has to deal with the whale, is that hint. She could not gaze into the abyss. I feel like this creature doesn't exist in Tevat, like Nouvelette said. It proves that. I mean, we saw a design from the freaking dev livestream. Has a lot to say on it.
Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
This was only said towards us specifically. Could it be that even if the prophecy will be fulfilled, there's still a way to save everyone? Did I miss something? Wait, I forgot about Furina. What was it that she wanted to say to me at that last moment in the giant magic box? We have to hear from her now. No matter what, I need to hear it now. What was her real secret? Looks like the orchards ain't taking it.
What's happening with the oratories?
Orchard is like, y'all been acting up for too long.
It is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
She just sits there crying, isn't she? Farina, don't go out like this. You gotta get up there.
No, I still need answers.
What? What the hell? Was that Egeria at the end of that cutscene? I need to know. I think that was Egeria. Bro. I'm gonna call it. Hold on. Who is that? I'm sure that's Egeria.
You.
So you, what looks like Farina.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Farina. Who are you?
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Focalor? Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
Wow, so that theory is true. That's fucking insane. I knew that this region with everyone's theories would have some impact talking about the heavenly principles again. Deceiving Celestia.
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria, for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand?
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being.
So, Farina's confirmed to be human by this statement. But she's also of the divine, confirmed by another statement. Does this also prove another thing? Farina can also change her elements, so the change in personality also has something to say to that.
The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be.
Wow.
Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles.
So that actually was true. That's fucked up. Damn.
Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness.
Huh?
Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Farina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
That's why she couldn't say it.
And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years, and all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Jesus. Did we actually see that, by any chance? I came into contact with Farina's tears, if I remember correctly. The tears ought to contain the strongest. It's officially the strong hydrosensitivity. I can form emotional connections just like I did with the Oceanate, the Fountain Lucine. Really? Hold on. Before I do anything, let's bring this forward. Let me see this real quick. I didn't read it fast enough. By being strongest emotions. Okay. That was what I need to see. Anyways, that's what I need to see. So we move on. Wait, could this be Farina's inner world? Yeah, we're somewhere else. Farina, what is she doing on stage? She probably isn't Farina. That's like a reflection of her inner self. If I can directly speak to that self, I might be able to easily get what I wanted to know. I came here for answers either way. This opportunity that it cannot be missed. Let me try talking to her. Oh boy.
Flicker.
The light is on you, and the most boring state I've ever seen.
Oh, who permitted you to come onto this stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules.
Come on, it's me.
All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you.
Don't look at me.
There
Don't
is
look
no
at me.
need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance.
But
Oh, do
just
not
let the
jest.
stage lights go
Can
off,
you not
please.
feel it?
If only just for 1 second.
I am Focalor. The eyes
That
of
way I can
countless
become myself
Fontainians
again.
are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
She wants the lights off. Something's off. There's no getting through her. Even in her heart of hearts, she's still playing the role of the Hydro Archon. What sort of resolve must she have to even her inner self and subconscious would have such an impenetrable defense? It said something about the lights being off. So we must turn the lights off.
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
Yeah, that's nice that I did that. Think I give a damn? Come on.
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards?
We gotta save Farina. That's all that matters, is saving Farina. Even if she doesn't want to be saved, I'm saving you, Farina. All the spotlights have been turned off in Farina's heart. They must have symbolized the eyes of the people on her. Speaking of which, I think I just received some sort of signal. Was that her true voice? A ticket. When did that end up here? For my reservation to sit there. Either way, it looks like the show's about to begin. In that case, show me how you truly feel, Farina. Scene 1. Before a mirror, Farina. She's in her black clothing.
Farina. Farina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're Mirror Me? How can this be?
Mirror, mirror on the wall, how pretty am I? What's up?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror Me. What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human, my ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
So that's why. That's where I heard that in the trailer. It truly was Frina's voice. But can we even call her that? Fossilor was the god name that we all knew, just like Boer is to the name Nahida. But the real... This is so fucked to me. The Frina we know, the Frina I pulled for, isn't the real god we actually played the part for. Makes me wonder now, will this outfit of Farina be playable? It's gotta be. I feel like not seeing the real Fossilor feels wrong.
Huh? Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial, huh? How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
Scene 2, Ascension Speech, Furina. We're looking back at Furina's past here, and this is Furina. I still don't know what to think of Furina now. Furina in this game will still be considered the Archon that played the role, but technically she still is. But there's things that say she isn't. Furina is Focalor, a creation of herself, but not an identical different being. She fooled her original body and turned it into Furina, making her the perfect human vessel. Focalor and her may be different subconsciously. The one controlling the body is Furina. This is kind of similar to A, but a bit different in a way. I find that really terrifying in that case. Guess I gotta walk up to it normally. I can't jump.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession. But this
okay,
is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural.
Summon courage.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Furina de Fontaine, your new Archon.
This is before Furina started sounding more, I guess, more opposing in her voice.
In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice.
Close politely.
Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
Wow, that's a weird judge of character, bro. If people have a way of thinking like that, you're honestly just as bad as other people that are more negative than you.
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-backed puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy. Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be.
So this is before her voice started to become more assertive.
What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act?
Confident.
Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play. Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule.
So this is when she started speaking like this.
I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that thought you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Her personality. It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech.
Resolutely, with conviction.
My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin.
Turn up the drama.
The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause.
Reset's about to start.
May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine.
End the speech empathically.
There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
That ends that scene. Scene 3, Opera House Farina. I love that they're showing the Tevat language there, by the way. People are probably going to talk about that a lot. Bed. I can't sprint, I can't jump. I thought I could do something there, that's why. Well, either way, Miss Farina, let's go over here. Or Lady Farina, I gotta remember that.
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now, was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
So she even knew herself that this would happen, that we would question her. The worst part is the traveler themselves ended up being that person. Isn't that more fucked up? That makes it more fucked up. So us appearing in Fontaine was already just the time for the prophecy to happen. It almost feels like the traveler's role in this world was also preordained to some degree. But what did that mean about the Abyss siblings still not being a descender like the traveler that we play as? I find that as a contradiction. To this day, I still find it as
Lady
that.
Farina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right. Deoteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Really?
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
You're such a gentle and wise god. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
Wise feels like a stretch, bruh. She's just good with words. The talk no jutsu is strong in this one, alright? For real.
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought, then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods, after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy.
Bedtime? What's going on here?
The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved.
So this the end of her first night of dealing with stuff like that?
Alright, Farina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Okay, how many more do I have left? Scene 4, Opera House Farina.
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Ooh. That side of her
Lady
shown.
Farina, I've waited so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute. I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about. I just don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
Scene 5, Opera House Farina. I already get it, man. She has to keep replaying this over and over and over again. It goes on for years and years and years and years, then we're reaching hundreds. That's the whole point of the basis of her suffering. This is the suffering she lives with. Look at that. Horrendous. Seen 182,375 Opera House, Farina.
Lady Farina, it's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Dioteria, almost 20 generations ago.
Oh, shit.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer, a descendant of a line most ardent.
I hear trembling voice in her words.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Farina. My lady?
What is it, good citizen?
Oh, are you crying?
Uh-huh. Oh, really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation
Oh my
of
god, her
your
eye was
power, then.
twitching.
Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
Yeah. That is horrendous, man.
So interminable. So lonely. Just how much longer? Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears. I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far? I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries, but there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
$82,376 Opera House, Farina, and
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone.
so we were at that present time. So that was very recent when Farina cried like that.
Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
That's my voice. This scene for when we were within the giant magic box. This is great. I didn't think that this scene would replay in her world. Surely I'll find out what she wanted to tell me this time.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case...
What does she want to say?
Right. I could confide in him, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price.
So this is what was going on in her head at the time.
You shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really alright? Farina, you've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Just this once. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? Surely it could not hurt. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it long and hard.
That makes me want to cry reading that. Oh my god. That was going through her mind at the moment that she really wanted to say it but couldn't. But still she really wanted to yearn for it. And she didn't get to say it in time. She was about to say something too. Or at least it looked like she was.
No, I have nothing to say. I am Farina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Fine.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
I had a feeling that was the case. She didn't know. That was what it confirmed to me with the mirror part in the beginning. That she only knew parts of it. She didn't know what the reason for it was and why she had to do it.
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good, good. Of course, the Eudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
Of course.
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber.
Right.
It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it?
So that's what happened to the Gnosis. It's inside the Oratrice? What the fuck? How will the Fatui extract it? Or could they even?
Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
Wait.
I beg your pardon?
I beg your pardon?
You have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the oratories. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be, accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all a part of your plan, then? Both the trial and the sentence?
I figured.
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the oratories. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia, and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon.
Now, how exactly did this work? Is this meaning she's destroying the Gnosis? This was also a theory people came across. A way to get back at Celestia, if I'm not mistaken. Is she gonna destroy the... Is she gonna destroy the Gnosis?
The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
You're trying to destroy the Gnosis, aren't you?
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course.
Bro.
In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But...
This feels wrong.
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The
course.
authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
Yeah, that doesn't sit well with me either.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked.
It's just horrible.
Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed.
Wait, this is going along another lore theory. Hold on. I mean, originally Neuvillette did say it himself, though, that the Hydro Dragons, or the dragons themselves, the elemental dragons were the original beings that were what the Gnosis power is. This also must have something to do with what Snezhnaya wants to do with the Gnosis, right? Having so much power in one place, people had theorized that Snezhnaya wanted to get back into heavenly principles as well. It makes me confused as to what Fatui are considered good and bad in the regard of what their endeavor, their endgame is. We can't prove this till we meet the Cryo Archon, especially this, again, the secret that Zhongli is still holding out on us. It's crazy that he's going to be holding out on that secret for 2 more years. It's fucking stupid that a secret back in the Liwa region during the beginning of this game's production, we are over 3 years into this game now, of this game's lifespan, learning that. Anyways.
I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence. Defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on, that should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Neuvillette, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too.
Makes sense.
At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position.
You were made to judge the fate of Fontaine. And here I thought he was the overseer, like the traveler. But now we understand why the Hydro Dragon is the judge of Fontaine. Because you'll be the one to render final judgment, not the Oratrice.
In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalors. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
That's what she wants, of course.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Neuvillette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Whoa. Oh man. You're about to receive the full divinity of the Hydro element. A full-powered actual dragon we're about to see. Oh, shown as a humanoid Neuvillette. What about the current Furina? Thank you, Furina, for all you've done. From this moment on, please live happily as a human, just as I wished we could.
Iudex Nouvellette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Ooh. I almost want to cry in that scene, man. Poor Nouvellette, man. Poor Farina. She suffered for so long, but is she even considered an Archon now? The question I'm asking myself. I don't know. I don't even know what to believe in. And the story quest is still not over yet. I'm just dumbfounded by everything. Like, holy fuck. This final Archon quest for a region actually managed to hit harder than Sumeru. I actually can't even believe I'm saying that. This actually hits harder than Sumeru. Holy shit.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
I'm guessing everything happened in an instant which she could not see.
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
Unfortunately, the Hydro's Gnosis has been given back. The power has been given back to Nouvellette.
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry.
You obtained the power? I feel like I know how, my boy.
Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice.
Of course.
The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine, the beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring Narwhal. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
Damn. Whew. Damn. The most absolute certainty in his voice, bro. I also want to point out how the traveler's standing over here when we jump to go to Farina in that other cutscene. I feel like that's just a lot to talk about. But the man has the power of the Gnosis. Oh my god. Looking at us. Oh, here we go.
How are we going to do that? It's huge!
I've already done my best to separate the power.
Ow.
Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. We shall share the part of the dragon's power. We shall look for an opening together and feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
The ground follows our track. Oh, I could have damaged it just now.
Hold the line!
Come here, boy. Now he's wanting to kill me. I don't know what I did, but I did something. Oh.
Allow me!
He's about to suck me! Oh, that music. What is this music? Whoa, you look like a Dark Serpent, actually. Whoa, wait. Can I? The way he's fighting reminds me of a certain video game. What was it, though? Teleport towards me. Nah, even the music makes me think about it. Like, this gives off, like, final boss vibes from Final Fantasy, or...
I have granted you my protection.
Maybe even Devil May Cry.
Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its root from within.
Wait. Am I forced to do that? No, I can still destroy the barrier. This is bad. You can still destroy the barrier though. But maybe it's not too bad after all.
The process of elimination.
Damn, on the picture? Goodbye, Will. Man, roly poly's a... What? What? It just throws child into it?
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but... oh well.
So everyone was saying this is Skirk, Child's master. She really looks like a character out of a game called Honkai, either Star Rail or Impact. Someone specifically showed like a character that looked like from Star Rail, and she does really resemble one of them. She looks really nice. She looks really skimpy from behind though. Oh god. I don't even know where to look at on that. Because she gives off a Eula vibe from that ass.
It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime.
Private training? What the?
Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point. But they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder.
She is so hot. Like
3 million times as penance.
I'm sorry, I can't even like help but say that. It's just like, god damn, I don't know where to look at. Now I understand why people didn't like her design, actually, because I don't like it either. I don't hate it. It's aight. It's very strange, which is cool. I think that's fine. My problem is she does give off that vibe. Most people will be like, no, she's fine. I mean, let your imagine run wild with the ugly ass, but that doesn't change the fact. Either way, I mean, overall, I really, really like her eyes. I love her hair. I love the front side of her design, somewhat. It's just, it really does bother me, like, holy fuck. It never been a design that felt something like this, but made me feel like it's really just indecent to stare at.
That power. Who are you exactly?
Hyman has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
Well, that's what Child told us anyways.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world. So you may speak to me as equals.
What sort of person would take the all-devouring narwhal as a pet? That's a good question, actually. Very interesting.
I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks. All in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master? Well, child's master's master. Wait, is that right?
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did.
Unfortunately
His name
not.
is Sertologi.
Wait, now I got a good look at her face. Her eyes, what the hell? It reminds me of something from Tower of Fantasy. I did not think I'd say that. What? Sertologi.
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
The Fowl?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary? Vetterfulnir then? Or Gold Rhine-daughter?
Rhine-daughter? This is someone from Hexenzirkel, isn't it?
Ooh, that one we've heard. Rhine-daughter's part of the Hexenzirkel. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhine-daughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Yeah, look at her design from behind, dude. All that back that's showing, and then at the end it's just booty. I can see why people don't like her design because of that. I mean, people gotta understand, not everyone wants to see all of that, even though some people do want to see all of that. Suppose you just disprove that you have a problem without saying so, but I do like her design and dislike it. I've never been so neutral about design other than... I don't want to go into topic on that right now.
Wait, didn't you also mention a visionary person? Paimon didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the Fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos.
Wait,
in other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
What?
There's little to be surprised about. It is natural, after all, the prophecy will surely come true. We knew this and accepted it. However...
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Ooh. So Fontaine was already truly flooded then. Wait, what the? Yo! Risley, what is... Wait, this was the machine he showed us. Right. So it's supposed to be a giant airship, right? I did not realize it was... I didn't realize it was this huge since we saw it from far away.
Look! The water's receding!
Look at that.
It's a miracle! We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
Are you right?
We're saved. The prophecy was wrong.
Beautiful. That was beautiful. This ARCHON story, man. I can't even help but say it.
The soil renewed. The Spina di Rosula attacks post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Spina di Rosula, and we spoke about Poisson's present and future. Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little of it. Skyship Winglet, lunar brain of the Fontaine Research Institute.
Risley, you the man. I just want to say that. That shit was cool. I didn't think he'd get that finished in time for something like that. That was something he said that he had planned to use, but I thought it was just a giant ship. I didn't realize it was a giant airship. I either disregard his words or something. I forgot.
The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once overlooked hidden gem. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him and his team. Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
They might have been real big shots from the start. We just didn't meet them in that capacity.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down. The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home.
Jurier was the one that was constructing it, right? I forgot.
Even your well-traveled eye.
The articles do make me curious about how things will play out.
Paimon's curious too! Wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything happen from start to finish? What's there to be curious about?
Good
That's
question.
exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed. And also, with you around, I'm sure I'll get to see that Duke.
Please do not suck my toes. I don't want none of that.
Are you sure? Hasn't he turned you down several times already?
I don't think he
Oh,
can say no this
will be
time.
different. Come on, let's head to Poisson first, and then make a trip to the fortress. There are some things you'll only know when you get there.
Oh boy. Tears among the stars. I don't know what these items signify, but I always thought, just like in other video games, that because we get one in one of every region, that these are all going to play a role when we get to that final region, even though I feel like it's really fucked up for that one, and we still have Child's Vision for some reason. But for the 5th region, it's very interesting. Tainted Blood from Mondstadt, the Monolith Fragment from Leeway, Inazuma. For some reason, we have Signora's Crown. I don't understand. Then we got the Twig from Irminsul from Sumeru. And now we got the Tears Among the Stars from Fontaine. Huh. Interesting. Finale. Very interesting. What time is it? Damn. One more hour till a reset that I actually haven't done yet. This Archon quest is almost over. So, let's see how things play out. This was an interesting... This was a very, very interesting story quest. I don't know where to place it. For Fontaine, I might have to say with all certainty that I think this so far is probably my favorite region in terms of the Archon story. But there's still more of this region to be shown, so I might just hold my tongue before I say it's my favorite region exploration-wise. I still think my experience in Sumeru was better, but that's probably just because Sumeru was just mostly different from everywhere else visually. But that's probably why.
Navia! Oh, it's you. What brings you all here?
Hey, we're just having a look around.
No, Charlotte wants to say something.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here. Oh, the Fatui are here too.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snežević. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supplies, and is helping with our work. Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely. We've lost a lot of people, but we're moving forward. That will have to be enough.
To be honest, I don't even know how to visualize that. As, can we even say that they actually died? I mean, one thing that proved it with Navia not actually getting succumbed to the Primordial Sea, can we even say her turning into an Oceanid? Since that was the fate of the Fontaine, for the Primordial Sea to envelop and turn everyone into Oceanids, I find that so interesting.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours.
Why is that your voice?
I especially like that article you wrote last year about Fontaine's stray cats.
Why is that your voice?
But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share the same interests as the Spina.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Huh? You're here too, Clorinde?
Why not?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat.
Doesn't sound like she liked that.
All right. She really came here to help me out.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision makers. And, well, I do already happen to be connected to Mr. Callus.
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel, about what it was like facing down a god. There's lots of exciting material there, I bet.
Charlotte.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor, for Navia's sake?
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler. It's better than wasting time persuading Chlorand at any rate.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let him off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up. And smile.
How did it go? Was it a good shot? Did Paimon look cute in it?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots.
That was a lot of pictures.
All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is the key. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss Chlorand.
Bruh.
Wow, you really do have that never say die spirit. I'm impressed.
Makes me wonder why she has a cryovision.
That interview at the Fortress of Meripede.
You already knew who she was going. I mean, it's not that surprising, to be honest.
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Sijuin, who told Monsieur Nervillette, and he told you, right?
That's a very complete information chain.
In truth, all Monsieur Nervillette asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly towards the media? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Wriothesley will make a personal appearance.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them. In which case, I'll be making a move first.
Stay safe now. And tell me if you hear anything interesting. I'll treat you to afternoon tea in exchange.
You seem curious about the fortress.
Of course. That Wriothesley. I still remember going down to the fortress to grill him for information on my father's case. Boy, did he take me for a ride.
Don't say it like that.
Without telling me anything, of course.
Oh yeah, he loved to do
He did
that.
invite you to tea, didn't he?
2 large
again
pots of
with
it,
the tea.
in fact. It was good tea, though.
I have to agree. The tea there is very good.
He really loves that tea
Speaking of
then,
that,
doesn't he?
Would you like to have some today? I mean, you've got time, right?
Well, I'd be partial to some shortbread.
Wow, it's like we've got a menu or something. Sure.
Good.
What flavor of biscuits would you like, Mr. Snezhevich?
Me? I'm fine with anything. But I would prefer chocolate, should you have it.
All right. Leave it to me.
I'll go over the newly arrived supplies with you later, Mr. Snezhevich. We should be able to finish the preparatory work today.
That works great for me.
Huh. Is it just me, or did you get a new lipstick?
Oh no,
I
don't. What did this girl
It
talk?
was a gift from Sijuin. Want to give it a try? I think the color would suit you too.
But what's the point of having such a palette unless you're trying to impress somebody or get someone to notice you? That would be the only reason I can think of. But that's just me. But damn. This is very interesting indeed. Let's go pay a visit to Wriothesley though. Will it actually teleport us to this spot? Sometimes it doesn't. At least that's my experience I remember, but let's see it. Okay, put us here. So what's going on at the fortress here?
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feeling to this place.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Bro, don't give me that.
Did you come all the way to the entrance to greet us?
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to me.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my visit to the fortress, sir.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview. I trust you recall our agreement?
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
Interesting. Ah, yes, Jurier, the guy who helped create that giant thing, and the girl that is his lover, I still think.
To be so nervous.
Lorvine.
I've already
I
taken
remember
all
her.
the photos we need. Miss Charlotte, do these pictures really need to be published on the cover of the Steambird?
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier, hmm?
Sir, please don't say things like that.
I still think you guys are way too, I guess, inseparable. I feel like it's the word I want to use.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it. Might this interview be very important to you then?
No, I just... This is my first time being interviewed, and I'm very thankful to the Steambird for...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. You've definitely got more of that genius vibe going on.
Actually...
The boat that brought about a miracle. The ark that saved the people.
Risley's smile knows
recreated
no
a
bounds.
myth back there, like an emissary of legend. Still, if I might ask, where's that flying ship now?
Huh. Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself another exclusive scoop.
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to get a shot of it.
Yeah, he could have to go through his office, which I doubt Rise is gonna let her through that. But I mean, it was really cool seeing that airship, man. That scene was so cool. Man was ready for action. He was on the airship ready to pull people up. That was such a cool moment in the Archon story. That one cutscene. It's probably one of my favorite cuts that I've ever experienced from an Archon story, I feel like. And that's saying a lot because I really liked Lewa's Archon story where we had the Jade Chamber get thrown onto a giant creature, which I still think still hits hard to this day as still one of my favorite Archon stories as well for an ending. But this just takes the cake as well, man. I don't know, something about this Archon story from start to finish, everything was good.
Really? Well then in
Everything
that
was
case,
good.
could I have an interview with you to make up for that loss?
The only problem I would have with this Archon story would have to be the portion when we first came to the Fortress of Meripede. They could have showed far less and kept it consistent enough. But the part where Risley kind of like led us on, I felt like they could have shortened that. I feel like we could have spent like 2 or 3 less hours in the Fortress of Meripede for it. It felt really wrong for us to be in there as long as we did. Anyways, she really does know how to squeeze opportunities for all they're worth.
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo of this couple of researchers?
Did you really have to use the word couple?
If you don't like it, I mean, we can tell why.
Well then, 2 solo photos will do.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
They sure are getting pretty lively here. We've seen this kind of thing before.
Right. Especially those two.
Seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try this new drink I came up with?
Ah,
The chibi has arrived.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Why don't you, take some pretty photos of our head nurse? Sure. Come on, Miss Sijuane. Over this way. Let's find a brighter spot.
Huh? Sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been at the fortress?
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
Right.
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention, I think.
I think is the worst thing you can say. I feel like it needed that attention, but whether it warranted or not, I'd say you really saved a lot of people with that flying ship, man. I didn't even think it would fly like that because it was such a big like it was a big boat. I didn't think it'd actually be able to fly like that.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right, Mr. Jurrier? Miss Lurvine?
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have your day in the sun. Not that you would want that, which is a pity.
This man truly is Batman. he's very similar to D-Luke in that regard.
I'll just leave the spotlight to you two.
Man doesn't like to stand out, but look at his drip. I mean, come on.
I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
Well, I don't know where he went. He got thrown into a different dimension. And also the whale, I think he also got like crumbled into a cookie and got thrown into it as well. Like Majin Buu, so we don't know where they're at. Skirk went with them. I don't know how we got out of there exactly. Unless the portal that was still there is still open. I don't even know the whole basis of all of that, but that's just me nitpicking at this point.
He sure did win them over, huh?
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oh, come on.
Oh, actually, what about you? Are things gonna change for you too?
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will my duties. As to what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Farina's departure? What?
Hey everyone, the photo shoot's done.
What does this mean for her story quest?
Good. In that case, let's call it a day here.
I hope we get
Thanks
to speak to her.
Come on, Traveler, let's go. Till next time, everyone.
There'll be a next time?
Yeah, she's gonna keep coming, yeah.
I might write a story about the underwater factory next time. Until then. All right, last stop, the docks.
The Romatine Harbor? The place where we first came to Fontaine? Or Maritime Harbor. Alright, Caesar.
Oh, you know, I'd love to see you in one of Charlotte's photo shoots one day.
Is that really necessary? Our line of work doesn't really require much photographing.
That's just you escaping the reality that you just making excuses to avoid it.
It's precisely because we don't need the picture that they'll have value as keepsakes. You don't really look all that opposed to the idea, you know.
Maybe I'm just happy that I managed to once again avoid the spotlight. I think this interview went well either way.
With your ugly ass.
Yes, you successfully kept prying eyes away by using Mr. Jurrier and Miss Lurvine as shields. Very good.
You should be happy for them. They have a bright future ahead of them.
Looking ass. This man, you messed up for that. I can't read mods in other regions. Man, I wish Nahida could do that. Even if it was only for, like, very small nitpick things, it would have been so cool too. But whatever. Let me see what the welfare mill guy have here. Nothing new. Unfortunate. Well, then that means it's time to leave. So, next location. I feel like this is not the end of this ARCHON story just yet either, as we go to this next area. Why is that affecting how far I go here? That's kind of weird. Anyways, I need to hurry up. I hope this doesn't spell for another... It's crazy I confirmed it would go for another 2 hours. It's kind of crazy how long this ARCHON story is. Probably longer than the first... not the first part, but the third and the fourth part combined. I feel like this whole ARCHON story. At least that's what it feels like. I can't stop thinking. Farina's departure. That doesn't sit well with me, man. What happened to Farina? It's not like she's not an Archon anymore, unless... I mean, they literally said Farina. If they said Fulsar, I would have a better general idea. It just doesn't sit well with me. I want to see her. I do actually like Frina, so like, who is that? Oh, it's Lenny and Lynette, yeah. All the siblings are here.
They really are here! How did you know?
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these strange pockets the whole time since.
Are you kidding me? Are you telling me they're doing the same thing they did when we first came here? 'Cause I think that was something that they were doing before.
Traveler, Paimon.
But wasn't that for just a
And
prophecy?
Miss Charlotte, too.
I'm very curious. What is this reason?
Would you like a magic pocket?
What sort of gadget is it?
It is that thing. This was something that they were giving to the people because of the prophecy. It was something that Lenny came up with.
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Or you could trick a friend into doing it for you.
Trick a friend? I wonder which of my friends would fall for that.
Why are you looking at me for? Like I don't
You
already
could just
see
make
you
a friend
trying.
like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
You're saying Fremine would be gullible? That's unfortunate.
Is this what you meant by, I'll help you make some more friends?
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
Sure. Please, write down my address.
You sure are working hard to help Fremine socialize.
Even if this doesn't feel like the right way to do it, but is there really a wrong way in this regard?
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
That actually would suit him. I have to agree with that.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
You might have to come
it'll
up with a
work
new
out.
trick for that.
Every journey begins with the first step. He'll become a part of our show eventually.
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte says she wants to take a picture of us.
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. So, how have things been, Traveler?
Fine.
Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
Just like every region, but I feel like our role in this one was very interesting, to say the least. It gave us a different perspective on things.
That's alright. We were more than happy to help. So, what's she doing now?
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. Well, after Lady Farina left, Father and Monsieur Neuvillette opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
You have to actually be fucking me. Like, Nahida's one thing, but Snezai still managed to get the gnosis at the end. That's kind of interesting. That's all I have to say to that. He actually gave Fontaine gnosis.
A diplomatic gift? A gnosis?
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it over, there were actually a number of things going for it. It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
That's true, but
This is a gnosis.
talking about. Doesn't this seem a bit irresponsible?
If anything, he should have given it to me.
I would agree, but I've also heard that it seems that Monsieur Neuvillette has had a significant change of heart regarding the matter.
So there's some reason for this that only Neuvillette knows about?
It has to be the conversation they both had.
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes, speaking of which, I did see him strolling around the entrance to the Fortress of Meripede a while back.
Isn't he real busy and stuff? Paimon didn't think he'd have the time for that. But back to the topic. The Gnosis was given to the knave, right? What about Child?
Paimon, we know what happened to Child. We don't know where he's at. We still have his vision. That spells for disaster in its own right.
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds.
I see.
I hear that the
Okay.
recent disaster really did a number on his health.
Well, I guess I can now call him one of my war buddies. That's an interesting way to phrase it.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui. To think we'd be allied with them this time.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Of course you appear here. Come on, you know her voice.
Father!
Well, well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind. I would have done them regardless.
Are you going to take the Gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
What, are we gonna stop her or something? It was given to her. Even I wouldn't go that far.
That is our duty as harbingers, yes. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks.
Yes, you won't tell me until we go to Snezhnaya, till we get to see the Cryo Archon, to truly know what happened. And whatever the contract, Jean-Li, I'm gonna keep nitpicking that, because like I don't see the point of a contract being so scarce that he couldn't tell us. But it's such a big thing that it lays the fate of Tevat itself. But whatever Snezhnaya has involved with, obviously the one thing is for certain, the perspective of Fontaine proves it, that they're most likely going to be fighting heavily in principles with all the Gnosis at once. They probably are trying to create something with them, but they need all of them in mind. That being said, I think that's cringe, but yeah.
Switching my masks is something I've always done.
And will you keep to your position?
Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever? As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners.
Actually, I just remembered something. Please help us deliver this. Oh, we're actually giving that back? Thank God.
A vision? All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire time.
And that's a wrap for me. Huh? You're...
Her eyes are still so
Greetings,
intense looking.
Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
Yeah, she can't just do
That is
it.
correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable. Farewell.
Farewell, Father.
I hope Nouvette will tell us why he
She
gave
has such an
her the
intimidating
Fontaine
presence.
vision
I
of
didn't even
Hydra.
dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all. This'll be more than enough for me to write about, I'm sure.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
Bruh, why are you still promoting this? Didn't we get one before? I could have... Like, they did this when we first came to Fontaine. They did this magic pocket thing.
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met, too.
Oh yeah, you remember that.
What do you know?
The first
I'm
Archon
doing
story.
the exact same thing right now. So many things have happened, but the pockets are still the pockets. I guess this must
That's
be
a funny way of
life.
saying it.
We will all follow our own paths, and serendipity will lead you to your fated friends. All right then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll get going now. Have a good day, you two.
Well, guess we sent Charlotte off. Shall we go see how Neverlette's doing? As long as he's not so busy that he doesn't have time to chat anyway.
Will this be where everything ends at? I kind of don't want that. I don't want this Archon quest ending until we see Miss Farina. I can't live with it. It doesn't sit well with me. What is this about Lady Farina leaving? Like, they literally said that she left Fontaine. Well, then what does her story quest symbolize? It makes me question a lot of things. It doesn't sit well with me. I don't like it. Gosh, this Arkham story is so long, it's ridiculous.
The entrance to the fortress! Ooh, he really is there!
Why is he just standing here?
So, you really are here, Neverlet! I didn't think you were going to have free time this hour of the day.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed this way. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting, so I may explain some things that I haven't had the time to before.
Aw, Paimon's glad that you remembered. Thank you for keeping us on your mind, what with you being busy and all. Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved? The whole business is still quite the mystery to us.
There's something we should tell Neuvillette too, though.
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it finally comes time to say them out loud.
Neuvillette sighed softly, telling you the truth concerning what he saw that day. False or Deceit, the Heavenly Principle, and used for his endless performance to save Fontaine.
So that's what happened?
I only saw Farina's part myself.
Fossilor destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign. But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontainians from dissolving.
I think it had to do with the rain that he did, but yeah.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontainians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet. In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontainians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
That's impressive.
Fossilor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone.
You could say that at that moment, the Fontainians were finally truly born.
Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Fossilor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into real people too.
That's what it seems like.
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Oh, dude, no! 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 Why is this where it ends at? The question portion. Why couldn't it have been Farina? I want to see her. Or ending it without knowing what happened to Farina until her story quest? That really doesn't sit well with me. About the initial verdict that was passed on the child.
I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal.
So that
But
was
whether
how
it
he
be
was in
by
the
sentiment
abyss.
or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability. As for the judgment passed by the Oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association or Focalors deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off, I cannot say.
Guess Focalors had Fontainians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became real humans. Hang on a second. Paimon suddenly got another question. Back when Fontainians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also transformed Oceanids?
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontainians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Paimon sorta gets it now. Either way, seems like this ritual won't be of any further use, but it'll probably live on as a local custom.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
I can't wait to read that last one, because I wonder what Neuvillette has to say about Natlin. But let's hear Fontaine's future. Actually, before that, let's hear about the Gnosis first, actually.
Oh, that's right! They say you've given it to the knave as a diplomatic gift or something!
Well, he did.
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more, and I do not need the Gnosis's power. As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine. If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now, and avoid unnecessary conflict.
What complicated considerations? Paimon thought you were just giving it to them out of gratitude to the knave and as an apology to Child.
That's what I thought.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
About Fontaine's future.
Yeah, about that. Risley said Farina has already left. What's that all about?
Truthfully, can you tell me?
Farina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me, before leaving the Opera House. I related Focalors' words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted. She simply said that she was tired and needed to rest. Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the Opera House, not unlike how an ordinary person might.
Oh my goodness.
But she's still got a place to stay, right?
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal.
Yeah, she has
But now that she
500
no longer
years
has
worth
to
of
play the role
healing.
of Focalors the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens and lead a normal life.
What about you then? What are your plans now that you've regained your full powers as the Hydro Dragon?
After Focalors passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts.
Of course.
From now on, I shall hear cases and pass verdicts by myself.
That's how it should be, as a true Chief of Justice.
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty, in a manner of speaking, you could say that both were granted to me. As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the Iudex shall coexist within my person. Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Hydro Archon, wasn't it? Right, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay.
Oh, right, I forgot about
As
that.
I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Wow. This ancient dragon's authority stuff is really quite useful, huh?
That's really
Ask away.
impressive.
I will tell you the truth as I know it.
So, for the end of the Fontaine Archon story, the next step in our journey. Did we even get to ask about our sister? I guess it doesn't matter. We really got thrown for quite the loop throughout Fontaine. But the next region, next year, I can't wait because the music, everyone keeps saying it's going to be symbolism of Mexico and maybe other parts of the world in Europe that kind of symbolize Mexico in some way. For Natlan.
You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume. I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know about that land. As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
Nation of dragons?
A nation of dragons? You mean like you?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence with humanity.
Are they part dragon, part human? Or are they actual dragon people that can speak, like ones I've seen in anime? Or even like other MMOs? What the hell? This is very interesting revelation. Wait, that's so interesting. Because the next thing that came to mind is like, we're definitely getting a world boss of an actual dragon in the overworld, aren't we?
Natlan is also the nation of war.
Nation of war,
ravages
yes.
those lands like an undying flame.
Right.
There is one other piece
Nation
of
of
information
war.
I got incidentally from my negotiations with the Knave that I believe may be useful to you. The harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
The Captain. I forgot what he looked like. What I can't remember whether he was the one with like the helmet on or not, because I can't remember. I think it was him, if I'm not mistaken. Because we heard about the Captain being in. Well, was he in that one? I don't remember. It was around when we were doing the Mondstadt event story, when we first met Mika. That was like almost a year ago now, isn't it? It's been a year. Damn. Yeah. When we first met Mika, that event story in Mondstadt where we were learning about Grandmaster Varka's adventure, and he's still out and about, but they mentioned Capitiano or something like that is how you say his name. I don't remember if that was the actual title, the captain for the Harbinger, but I'm assuming that's him. Capiano, something like that.
Seriously, everywhere you look, there's a Fatui Harbinger doing their thing.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Can I check this
one? You'll soon be heading to Natlan. I'm afraid that I have little talent. As far as I'm aware...
A nation of dragons?
No, I suspect... Unlike Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like an undying flame.
Oh, this region's gonna hit different when we go there, I'm sure of it.
There is one other piece of information I got in the harbinger known as the Captain. I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
It's something we didn't get to see Frina just one more time. Like, I really wanted to see her. Because now she's relieved of everything, but I just want to see a good, genuine smile from her. I want to see her happy. At least doing her thing.
Hang on a sec. Paimon's still got a question about the Gnosis.
What now?
When we spoke to Lenny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis had clearly changed. We guessed that there might be some reason for it that only you were aware of.
Oh, right.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are certainly sharp. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you.
What is it?
In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
One more loading screen to end it all. Alright. Alright. Damn, my stream has been going for 8 hours, bro.
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon as well, alright, Nervalet?
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before. What was it again?
I do not know what you speak of.
Ah, of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
Remains? I've never heard of any
third
such thing.
descender.
Huh. According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
Yeah, of course, people of Fontaine don't know about this. I only learned about ascenders and descenders thanks to Nahida.
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts, and my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
Oh my goodness. This is very interesting. The third descender. I don't remember much about the information thanks to Nahida. Like, again, I'd have to go to Lordville's to actually get a broader understanding of it. But wow. That's a lot to take in, man. I don't remember who the third descender is. Was it the one that was unknown? 'Cause I know Nahida told us that there was a descender that was unknown we know nothing about. And then, yeah, I can't even
That's
say
what
much on
she
it.
told me. Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that information on to you.
The remains of the third descender? So that's what the Gnosis actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
Well, then my contradiction to that is, what were the Archons before they became the Archons then? If the Gnosis were originally people, oh boy, I don't want to think about
assuming
it.
that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the Fatui.
But now this confuses me further. What was I'm gonna keep saying it, what was the deal that Jean-Louis made with the Cryo Archon? I cannot help but feel very I had this feeling we'll see him one day instead of not. I mean, we might see him instead of, I don't know. I doubt it. But it makes me think about it.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here.
A descender. She mentioned one of them. I am the fourth descender. For me, this information means two things. One, that the Gnosis are related to the descenders. And two, that the one who came before me has already died.
I guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them.
Yeah, because I'm not of this world.
That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descender.
Which might also explain why the Traveler himself even has elements, but it doesn't explain why we can use multiple. But I don't want to go into that right now.
I wonder, does your body also possess similar properties?
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision. That does sort of count as special compatibility, right?
That's what it seems like.
No, let's not think about this stuff right now. It just feels creepy. Comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender and all.
Don't worry, I won't die so easily.
That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck. Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him. Or go look for his master and get the answers that way.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same is true of being at court.
Yeah, that's why assumptions shouldn't exist or accusations in that matter without proof.
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for this moment as well.
It was very interesting indeed.
She sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human. Was that really what she wanted?
The thing is, I wonder if Farina got all the memories of Focalor after the passing of that gun. I still don't know if I can sit well with that, because she reminds me of A in this regard. Again, it's very similar. It's not the same concept of right as Shogun as A. Technically in a way that's what I was implying. She herself clothed a different mindset, a different personality to herself, became somebody different just to put on this play, and even manipulate herself for over hundreds of years to go through something as a human. I can only imagine it's torture.
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will.
Can you understand the will of the gods?
I suspect not. But once in a while I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops. Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, but the rain falls fairly upon all. And what ultimately is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
Damn. God damn. And that is it. So let's just let us speak
It
to him
seems
again.
from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Oh, it'd have been nice if we could ask him one
I
extra
suggest
thing.
that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan.
Yes, sir. Huh. Why does this scene look like Al-Haytham's taller than him, when in reality his actual model's taller than all the tall males in the game? Anyways, that hit different. That story was hit different. That was potentially my favorite region's Archon story, and I stand by that. That is my favorite region's Archon story. This is... I can't tell whether I want to say Fontaine is my favorite region, but this Archon story for a region, this is my favorite story of the region I've ever experienced. Just everything was too interesting. Now, There's one last thing I want to do before I end this stream, because this is very important. I guess I should do this real quick over here. I hope that doesn't impact anything. Please tell me that World Quest doesn't impact anything, because I gotta actually hurry up and get off. Because, you know, I didn't expect this stream to be this long since I started streaming, like, what, around 8, 9 o'clock at night? I didn't expect the stream to be this long. So there's something I need to do. We'll have to worry about the World Quest and Melzian another time. Rephrase, let me talk to you. Wow, there's 8 achievements here, which I'm assuming are all World Quests. That's gonna suck. 60 resin, enough to do 2 weekly bosses, which I have 2 weekly bosses I have to farm every week now. That's gonna be interesting. But anyways, this is interesting. Moving forward, I haven't done this yet because I wanted to wait till after Freenet came out, because obviously we get that. I wanted to do it yesterday, I should have. I don't need to show all the Archon's reactions, but let's see what they have to say about Freenet. Obviously, they all have a voice line about them by now. Yep, there it is.
People often say that wisdom isn't about what you know, but knowing what you can change. It is beyond question that the prophecy was carved into ermine so long ago. And while it may look like nothing has changed, it also seems like everything has. I think we both know her to be smart enough to turn the fate of the world around.
I like that. I really like the way you said that. Right in. The Electro Archon. What do you have to say about Miss Farina? Or Lady Farina?
For 5 centuries, I dueled the Raiden Shogun in my personal realm of consciousness to confirm the steadfastness of my will. Yet this Farina you speak of, though possessing only a frail human body, committed herself to acting out her part every second of every day for 500 years. A true battle of the spirit. Her willpower has indeed reached the level of a god.
The most interesting answer, but let's save you for last. Let's see what Venti has to say about Lady Farina.
A bard must be versed in both music and song, but a stage performer requires far more skills than just these. Hey, don't you think we should invite her over to put on a show at the next Windbloom Festival? Huh? You want me to talk about how she saved Fontaine? Well, I mean, she's such a talented artiste, it's no wonder. I wouldn't be surprised even if she'd saved the entire world.
What an interesting way of putting into perspective, Venti. Now, I'm very interested in Jean-Li's statement on her, just like Nahida's, because he gives a different perspective when he talks about the Archons. And I do want to hear, of course, Farina's answer as well towards the other Archons from herself, but
she made a contract with her own self to save the nation, strictly adhered to it for over 5 centuries without once wavering, and even fooled the heavenly principles in the end. I have great respect for approaches to justice that place exacting demands not only on others, but also on the self. Though her divinity has vanished, and the throne of the Archon is no more, Farina will go down in Fontaine's history as a god of justice worthy of recognition.
Damn. And with that, thank you guys for watching this video. I hope you guys enjoy, and I'm about to clock out for today, and I have to now hurry and do another game before I run out of time. That's freaking funny to say that now. Didn't think I ran through that many artifacts and all those were 4-star artifacts. That's actually hilarious. But this is so interesting. That has to be the best Archon story I've ever experienced in this game. A lot of them were very in depth, but I don't think anything could be as more in depth than what Fontaine has delivered. How will Natlin top that? Like story wise, at the very least story wise, will it be able to top that? I feel like the only thing I'll be excited for Natlin is it's going to be another Sumeru, a region that's very different from everywhere in Tibet, and that's something I'm excited for. But I'll have to touch back on that the next following year. So I'll leave that at that. But I gotta say again, what a great Archon story. And I'm sure the expansion of Fontaine isn't actually over either. Even though we have this new area, I'm sure it's going to expand a bit more and get its own sub-region just like every other region has gotten so far. And I must say, this was amazing. This truly was something amazing. That is something I'll never take for granted.
Hold the line.
I can't even let it go. I really enjoyed that. Well, let's go here. Did I turn this? I probably should keep this off, honestly. Yeah, I should keep it off. Let's grab this real quick. Now I understand why the Archon story quest was called Masquerade of the Guilty. Truly one of a kind of an Archon story quest. I'll never forget this one, man. It just hits different. It just truly does. 13 more chests to get that. Ooh, I'll be able to get this very soon. I'd say actually tomorrow I will get this because we will be exploring the new area tomorrow. I wonder how much of it I should record or not. I got a lot to edit, but doesn't matter. I'm only gonna do this for the one time because don't know if I'll do this all the time. But guess I could check this real quick too. Well, thank you guys for watching this video. I hope you guys enjoyed one last time. If you're still going to be around to check me out in the coming days. I don't know who's going to see this as time goes on. But man alive, that was something else. My name is Crytic Emma. I'll catch you guys next time.